All right, let's go ahead and start. We start a new thinker today, just about the time you're sick of the old ones. But you'll miss the old ones as we enter Nietzsche and Freud. Nietzsche is very hard to slice into. He's not exactly a political theorist, though he's considered very important to political theory. He's hard to classify. In some ways, perhaps the best description is that he's a moral philosopher, but that's not quite right either. Nietzsche redraws the lines of philosophy to make use of psychology and classics and theories of language, origins of words, theology, history, and he crosses all of these. So he's a really interdisciplinary thinker in every sense of the word. He doesn't theorize political life explicitly. So then you think, okay, he's not a political theorist and he doesn't theorize political life explicitly. What's he doing in the syllabus? What he does explore has enormous implications for how we think about political life today. This includes his larger take on what politics is, but also on it includes his particular concerns with values, the value of equality, liberty, the state, utility, the nature of the individual, the making of the individual, and much, much more. Above all, Nietzsche will sear liberal cheerfulness more deeply than any other critic. He will challenge a progressive history. He will ridicule democracy. And he will call into question the self-confidence and the self-satisfaction of Western modernity. He's the first of three theorists whom we're now turning to, Nietzsche and then Weber, and then Freud and then Weber, rather, who are really going to bring us trouble. They're going to make it difficult to go on thinking and talking as we thought and talked before. Nietzsche is, in this regard, a very radical thinker, but a non-left radical. He's going to make it difficult to feel sanguine or confident about the dominant values of the age, and he's going to make it difficult to know exactly what to value and what to foster. It's not that he didn't know, but if you don't want to embrace what he affirms as values, but you take seriously his critique, then it opens up some pretty raw territory. So we'll be turning to all these difficulties today. I'll try to introduce him as best I can. First, we will talk about the life, Nietzsche's life. Born in 1844, Nietzsche had a terribly tortured, anguished, and creative life. It is safe to say, I think, that Nietzsche got more creativity out of his suffering than any other writer in modernity. He was born in a little town in Germany at age 5, his age 5. His father died very agonizingly at home of softening of the brain, and shortly after that his infant brother died of convulsions. Nietzsche was, by his own account and the account of others, very hard hit psychologically by both of these losses. They also cast the family into poverty, and so with his mother and sister, Nietzsche moved in with his grandmother and aunts. So mother, sister, grandmother, aunts. Nietzsche was surrounded by women. This really has its own effect on him. You'll see the kind of misogynistic assaults that come out of this formation. He's also intensely engaged with his sister throughout his life. He studied very intensively as a young person, especially theology and music. At 19, he won a prestigious fellowship to a university prep school, and he began to acquire the enormous erudition with which his writings are peppered and which he will eventually turn against in a certain way. He acquired very early on Latin and Greek and Hebrew and French, classical and modern philosophy, European literatures of all sorts in several languages, as well as religion. His mother hoped he would become a minister, but his studies were taking him toward philology, namely the study of language and linguistics and music. And by his early 20s, he'd already become quite critical of the Christianity in which he was steeped as a young person. He went to college in Bonn and then in Leipzig, where he discovered the works of Schopenhauer, which transformed his thought. And at the unheard of age of 24, he, having finished his early studies but didn't have a doctorate yet, he was recommended for a professorship at the University of Basel in Switzerland. And he got the professorship, at which point he could begin to support his mother and sister. A year later, he was promoted to full professor, so just at the age of 25. He was now a Swiss subject, but joined the Prussian army as a medical orderly in the Franco-Prussian War. Soon, however, he fell from a horse. He suffered severe injuries, and that was the end of his military career. So he returned to Basel, and he became obsessed with Richard Wagner, the great composer. Eventually, as many of you know, Wagner would become a Nazi icon. And there's a little trail we're going to have to follow about the relationship of Nietzsche's work to its associations with Nazism. Now, Wagner, that's with a W. I would write things on the board, but I'm really slow, so W-A-G-N-E-R. Wagner had a huge and adulatory cult around him, and Nietzsche was a part of that for a few years. But then Nietzsche went, as was going to become his way, from utter worship to complete despisal and denunciation. And as I say, that's a pattern that's going to characterize Nietzsche's passions and thoughts for his life. He will come to know and admire and steep himself in and worship something like ancient Greek thought, Socrates, like Schopenhauer, like Wagner, like other things, and then he will overthrow it violently. Now this, for Nietzsche, is not a mere unwitting psychological habit. He considered this very way of knowing and proceeding to be essential to good thought and creativity. You love something, you immerse yourself in it, you, as he puts it, give over to it. Let yourself be seduced by it and give over to it completely, and then rise up against it. Why? In order to go beyond it. So we have a little bit of a kinship with Marx here, but it's a different form of critique from Marx's. What he shares with Marx is the idea of allowing his thoughts to be honed by something that he will eventually reject and triumph over. And precisely because he's been so steeped in the thing, he knows the creature that he's taking down very, very, very well. And this also is an important element of Nietzsche's thought, knowing your friend and your enemy equally well, knowing there's no strong distinction between them, but knowing them so well that when you attack it, you know not just what's wrong with it, but its seductions, its power, and its vulnerabilities. Moreover, his idea here is that you learn profoundly from things that you may be pressing to transcend or reject ultimately, but you won't learn them at a distance. All right, so first encounter with Wagner. In 1872 now, Nietzsche's extraordinary publishing career begins. It wasn't extraordinary because it got him fame or recognition, but because it was so short and yet so prolific. In 1872, Nietzsche wrote the work still widely read, The Birth of Tragedy, out of the Spirit of Music. It was written when he was just 28, It's really still the most important piece on classical literature in the 19th century. It questions the whole interpretation of ancient Greek culture as rational. And what Nietzsche argues is that the Greeks should not be treated as just embodying pure mind and pure reason, but rather that their real greatness during the brief age of tragedy, Greek tragedy, prior to the dominance of Plato and Socrates, their real greatness lay in the fact that they always had one foot in the world of magic and myth and superstition, what gets called the irrational. So Nietzsche's critique of the rational begins here. His appreciation of just how rich, how phenomenal Greek culture was because of its embrace of magic and myth and superstition, and what he will also eventually call the Dionysian element, the element that he associates with the Dionysian god of dance and wine and drunkenness. This critique of the rational, this attempt to upend it with other values from other sources, this also will shape his whole life, his whole intellectual life. This concern with what hyper-rationalism is born out of and betrays and suppresses and wars with. Eventually, Nietzsche will call the embrace of rationality a state of emergency, some terrible anxiety about what has to be suppressed and put down. Okay, so 1872, the book The Birth of Tragedy. Then in 1873, a book called Untimely Meditations. All these are in German. I'm giving you the English translation. In 1874, he writes a book on his own teacher, Schopenhauer. And 1876, a book on Wagner. Then, miserable health forces Nietzsche to take a leave from his university post, and he will literally become, from this time on, a kind of wanderer. Nietzsche will go from city to village in search of good climate for his health and some reprieve from his illnesses. What are these? Well, Nietzsche suffered horribly from physical ailments, stomach disorders, fevers, fainting, migraines, insomnia, terrible vision. But he also suffered from turbulent emotional states, depression, elation, what we would probably call today bipolar disease. And indeed, today he probably would be diagnosed and medicated and treated, sedated, might have killed off his creative capacities. Again, I'm not making an argument against antidepressants. I just note that we've got a bunch of theorists we're treating in the 19th century who are emerging from a condition that we have now come to treat medically. Now, instead of that, Nietzsche just gave up on doctors altogether, and he mostly, what we call today, self-medicated, with a few narcotics and a very pristine diet. He, above all, incorporates his illness and his suffering very explicitly into his thought. How does this go? As you will see, Nietzsche regards the importance, even the necessity, of overcoming adversity and debilitation as a creative wellspring. So overcoming isn't just the end, it is itself the creative wellspring. He took his sicknesses to be a means to knowledge. He believed sickness could be an energetic stimulation for life, at times even a precondition for the activity of the mind. It may be here and there that Nietzsche actually suffered slightly psychotic episodes, but even out of those, you find something remarkable. His most remarkable text, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, perhaps was produced out of some psychosis, but it's a remarkable text. We're not starting with it because it's just too hard to enter Nietzsche there. Anyway, he was tortured, he suffered, he struggled with his suffering. The suffering itself became thematized in the work, and at the age of 34 in 1879, he had to permanently resign from his university position. He got a little pension, and he continued to suffer and write. In his 30s, he made some marriage proposals, 3 to be precise. Each were refused. the most important, and the reason I mentioned it, was his encounter with Lou Salome, Salome. She was a Russian-born philosopher. She was really young when he met her, only 21. Brilliant, beautiful. He fell madly in love. He felt closer to her than anyone he had ever met. He talked endlessly with her about his ideas. And she was interested, extremely interested, in Nietzsche's philosophy. She also understood herself as, and these are her words, a free spirit. She wanted Nietzsche's mentorship and companionship. She did not want a husband. And she also happened to be involved closely with another philosopher named Paul Ray, who makes an appearance at the beginning of the first essay of the text you're reading. He's an Englishman. All three of them were close for a while. Then it blew up, as threesomes usually do. It would appear that Nietzsche never got over Salome or her rejection. And that was really kind of the end of things with him and women. In 1894, Salome wrote a really remarkable account of Nietzsche's thought in relation to his life and his psyche, because she was really, really close to him. And the title is Nietzsche, the Man in His Works. It was a work Nietzsche never read for reasons we'll get to shortly, but it is still worth having a look. So Nietzsche continued his wandering and his misery and his prolific production until 1888. Between 1878 and 1888, he published a new work every year. These included Beyond Good and Evil, The Gay Science, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and the work we're reading, The Genealogy of Morals. Somehow through this decade, Nietzsche persisted in a life that was, by any measure, very tormented and miserable, extremely lonely, physically and emotionally excruciating. And he managed, as I say, to turn this suffering to creativity. Finally, in 1888, through some lectures by another scholar on Nietzsche, Nietzsche began to gain some fame and recognition. But he was only to have this for a few months, because very early in 1889, at the young age of 44, Nietzsche saw a horse being whipped in the streets of Turin, and he collapsed in a fit of insanity, and he never recovered. He was first then committed to an insane asylum in Jena, and then cared for by his mother until he died 12 years later. So that's the sad story of Friedrich Nietzsche. I do need to say just a word about his sister before we dive into the work. The relationship with the sister was really complicated. Nietzsche was always trying to throw it off, but he was also very dependent. And she worshipped him. She took care of him. She was always terribly hurt by the way he treated her. In the end, she is responsible for three things. First, after Nietzsche died, she shredded the correspondence between Nietzsche and his colleagues and Nietzsche and Salome. And she also shredded all the manuscripts she didn't like or understand or agree with. So we've lost a lot of Nietzsche. Secondly, she did posthumously publish some of his writings, including the book that travels under the name The Will to Power and Ecce Homo. So she published some things. And then thirdly, and most importantly, she is responsible for having figured Nietzsche as a proto-Nazi philosopher, as having offered the earliest articulations of the rising regime of anti-Semitism and fascism in 20th century Germany. Why? Well, she herself was a very intense and passionate anti-Semite. She eventually married an even more virulent one, a Dr. Forster, who formed, some of you will know this history, a breeding colony in Paraguay for the perfection of the Aryan race. So that's the sister. And the problem is that as Hitler rose to power, she hailed Nietzsche as the Nazi philosopher. And that was taken up by some Nazis. And it's really this last move that makes it hard to forgive her for the rest, because it took decades to get Nietzsche out from under this cloak. Only in the last 40 years has Nietzsche started to be read independently of this casting. So as we move to the difficulties of reading Nietzsche, which is where I want to go next, we need to start with this problem. Nietzsche does make disturbing remarks about Jews and Aryans and Christians and Hindus and Muslims and women and just about everything else. But he does make disturbing remarks about Jews at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise. There are also lots of paeans to Jews and Judaism, lots of disparagement about Germans who aren't Jews. And Nietzsche was well aware of the rising anti-Semitic tide in Germany, and he deplored it. So this is important to note. I'm not defending Nietzsche against the things he said them, but he did deplore the very thing that his sister made him a part of. He deplored it not just in his sister and not just in Wagner, but in the culture as a whole. This is from one of his later writings. The struggle against the Jews has always been a symptom of the worst characters, the most envious and the most cowardly. He who participates in it now must have much of the disposition of the mob. And you'll see more of this in the last section of the Genealogy of Morals, which we're reading. It's also important to underscore that the critique of Christianity in Nietzsche is even more sustained and more severe and more devastating than the critique or engagement with Judaism. And it's important to see how he thinks of Judaism and Christianity as a piece. He takes very seriously the emergence of Christianity out of Judaism and has a lot to say about that legacy. Most importantly, I would urge you, if you can, to try to understand what Nietzsche is saying about morality and the emergence of a particular formation of morality through the figure of the Jew. It's not about Jews as such. He's trying to say something through the figure of the Jew, and that's where I would suggest you go with your reading and thinking about what Nietzsche is doing there. Now, it's also the case that Nietzsche simply is rude and shocking about lots of things. He's a bad boy. He loves to be a bad boy. That is part of what he's about. Sometimes this is to a point. Sometimes it's just infantile and irritating. Sometimes he cares more about offending or assaulting his audience. At other times, he's really trying to provoke, and provoke to a purpose. He doesn't really expect his audience to understand him anyway. He knows he's writing before his time. He will say that again and again, that he won't be understood because he's writing before a time that he expects to be able to pick him up and understand him. And indeed, he was quite prescient about that because, indeed, he's much more widely and easily, I think, understood in intellectual circles, at least today, than he was in his own time. Another way of putting this is he knows he's going to be read badly. He feels compelled to write and say what he has to say, but he's really frustrated about the fact that he's going to be misunderstood. He knows he's writing against the very deep assumptions of the age, about which more in a minute. But he also understands enough about the problem of language and interpretation to know that he's going to be read through the assumptions of the age, even as he's writing against them. And you'll see him constantly wrestling with the problem of grammar and words and meanings and significations to try to undo this problem, but he knows he can't finally succeed. Now, this leads us to the deep intrinsic difficulty of entering Nietzsche if you haven't read him before. He is working against the grain of every accepted truth and value in modernity. I know that sounds like an overstatement, but as you begin to get to know him, you'll see that it's not. Reading him, therefore, is bewildering. Not because the writing is particularly jargon-ridden. Now and then there'll be a thinker or a reference you won't know, but you can live with that. It's not a specialized or arcane language like Bentham or Marx. The words will make sense, but the thought won't. You'll be asking, could he really be saying that? How could he be saying that? How could he be saying, for example, that the weak take revenge on the strong by making a morality that ends up subduing the strong? That doesn't even make sense. How could he be saying that? And this leads us to yet another problem in Nietzsche, which is that he actually doesn't believe in sustained systematic argumentation. And he doesn't believe in evidence. He loves epigrams. He loves aphorisms. And it's not just a fetish. It's his way of saying no to systematic, logical, safe, tedious thought. The important thing for him is always to be concise and compact and dramatic, but also provocative, to upend and undo our complacency and our settled views of ourself and our world. He's doing this, again, not just for its own sake, because he thinks the complacency of the age desperately needs it. Moreover, writing for Nietzsche is about risk. He considers proof and evidence covers. He knows almost anything can be proven. And at the same time, he knows that the demand for proof has a tendency to keep thought very small, very unspeculative, very timid, very safe. So his approach to knowing, or to writing at least, is to float a provocation or a question and then see where it takes him, see what it does and undoes. Now, he doesn't think just anyone can do this. He's not advocating just going out and being provocative and outrageous in the middle of Sproul Plaza. He knows you have to be educated and brilliant and original, and you have to be committed to something else that hardly anyone is, which is to undoing yourself with your thinking. You have to be committed to upsetting your own complacency with your thinking, not just promulgating your views. When Nietzsche says all truths are bloody truths, he means they cut into us, they spill blood, they hurt. They hurt the self, they hurt the reader, they hurt the culture. Not just for the sake of pain, but because they open up something, they undo something, they unsettle something. And he believed this is what all the greatest thought does. And that most things that pass under the name of philosophy and scholarship were really nothing but tedious exercises in self-satisfaction and self-comfort. So, in addition to challenging himself and believing that philosophy should be a challenge to its author, Nietzsche also is trying to deny the reader the security of logical long argument, where you could poke holes in the move between A and B1 and C and find the flaw and then throw the whole thing away. He doesn't want you to have that possibility, and he wants to deny you dependence upon the author as a helper in understanding. Instead, he really just wants to provoke your thinking, throw you on your feet, take the chair away, leave the room, and leave you thinking the thought that he has just given you to think, and see where it takes you. So that's kind of how you have to try to read him. It's not an easy practice. It's everything you haven't been taught to do to get into a really good university. He wants this not only for thinking, but he wants it for life in general. He wants that kind of awakening, that excitement, that intensity, that effort. He believes we are all sleepwalking. So this means that the content of the theory is in the style and vice versa. Now, none of this makes for very easy understanding, and misunderstandings of Nietzsche are probably far more common than of any other thinker that we're reading. It's why we're just reading one short book over 2 weeks, and we're going to read as slowly as we can. Okay, let me turn to number 3, genealogy and the revaluation of all values, and try to explain what they mean. Nietzsche wants to cast all our values into question. Does this make him a relativist? No. We're not just saying everything is up for grabs and nothing is really true. He wants to challenge our existing values and get us to think about them differently. More about that in a minute. Does it make him a nihilist, somebody who believes in no value at all? That's contestable. Some people say yes about Nietzsche. I think it's impossible to read Nietzsche that way. I think you see a lot of values being affirmed by Nietzsche. They're just not often the ones that existing liberal Democrats consider values. More about that later, too. So Nietzsche wants to cast all existing values into question. He wants to, as he says, ask after the value of values themselves. Ask after the value of values themselves. What does that mean? It means that you don't take something like goodness or piety or promise-keeping or peace or utility. You don't take those things as simple goods in themselves. And you also don't take them as necessarily representing what they claim to represent. So he's not going to treat values at face value. He's not going to treat them as really meaning what they say they mean, nor as being necessarily and automatically and self-evidently good. Instead, he's going to ask these kinds of questions. Where did this value come from? Not in some literal sense, who invented it, but what cauldron of forces and experiences gave rise to a particular value, like democracy, or peace, or utility, or objectivity? Where did it come from? What cauldron of forces and experiences gave rise to it? And then, what or whom does it serve? That is, what else does it do besides what it presents itself as doing? What's it advantaging? What kind of world is it bringing into being? And this leads to the third question: what does this value create? What force is it in shaping a particular world in its image? In other words, Nietzsche never takes values as simply good or bad or right or wrong, but as productive, as producing a world in their image. And again, he's going to ask these questions: where did they come from? What do they serve? What do they create? About a range of values. About pity and humility, Christian values. About cleverness. About compassion. But also about democracy, equality, as I said, objectivity and science. So he's going to ask these kinds of questions about moral values and political values and values that we might call epistemological, theories of knowledge or grounds of knowledge. Now again, Nietzsche doesn't believe that there ever are values of some intrinsic nature, that values just have some essential and given worth. He believes they are all expressions of a particular life formation, and that we're part of that formation. That is, all values have a history, and it's likely to be a hidden history. It won't be on the surface of the value. But it's going to be hard for us to see, not only because the history isn't on the surface, the value just operates as a transcendent value. Of course equality is a good thing. Of course humility is a good thing. Of course objectivity is crucial to knowledge. So we won't see the history, but also we live these values as if they are eternal truths. As if, for example, keeping your promises is just morally right, period. There's no alternative to that. So then the question is, if Nietzsche wants to see the history of our values and in this history, see how they emerged, what cauldron of forces produced them, who they served, and what they vanquished, how does he get at that history? How do you do a history of values? Well, here's where we need to introduce the idea of genealogy. And genealogy, I'm getting my water bottle, not genealogy. Genealogy is not simply equivalent to history, but it is a peculiar way of doing history. Sometimes Nietzsche calls it history in reverse. What could that mean? Well, it's history that's not progressive. That is, it doesn't assume that in the beginning is already the anticipation of where something is going to end. And it also doesn't assume that we, moderns, are the culmination of a more problematic, troubling, darker, less rational, less sufficient form of life. But that doesn't yet explain what genealogy is. You know intuitively a little bit about genealogy because you know genealogy is what you do when you make your family tree. It starts with the present. It doesn't start with the past. It starts with you. It starts with the present. And it tries to figure out by what twists and turns particular things in the present came to be. How did this particular present come to be our present? So genealogy is often referred to as the past of the present, which is different from a history that imagines it's telling us a true and accurate story, a comprehensive story of the past. Genealogy never pretends to tell a comprehensive story of the past. It's trying to tell the backstory, the past of a present, a particular present. And in the case of the family tree, it's the present of you. In the case of some other genealogy, like the genealogy of the values of democracy, we're trying to tell the backstory of how that came to be. But in doing this, in telling the past of the present, genealogy, when it's done well, dislodges the givenness of the present, its inevitability. Consider family genealogies. If they're done well, it makes it really clear that you were like an accident. Not an accident in some technical sense. I mean that if this grandmother hadn't left Russia at this particular time, and if that grandparent hadn't been enslaved in Ethiopia at that particular time and brought to this land, and then if the Depression hadn't happened and they'd been forced to go somewhere else, and this parent had been born, and then that family met, and so on and so forth, you wouldn't be you. So when you take this idea, this dislodging the givenness of the present, the inevitability of the present, and you make it not about you, but about our values, our present, it means that when we're doing a genealogy, we're looking for the accidents, the fissures, the twists, the turns, the developments, the eruptions of forces, the transformations that produce this present, but could have gone another way had some other things happened. It disrupts, in other words, the idea that this is the only present we could have and that we are the right, true, and good end of history. So genealogy is the disruption of the story we commonly tell ourselves, that this present is the right, good, and true culmination of the past. That the past, that we're just in a kind of seamless progressive history. Once upon a time, things were dark and primitive and so forth, and now they're advanced and enlightened, and etc. And we disrupt that story with one in which what we could call the accident of the present is exposed, and so also is the hold of the present on our imaginations, the extent to which we are incapable, especially we Westerners, incapable of thinking that it could be other than this, that we're so gripped by the dominant story that we are the progressive end of a darker, more primitive past. All right, so let me specify just a little bit more here about genealogy. Genealogy is, I've first suggested, disruptive. Again, think about certain discoveries in family trees. There's a white family that imagines its history, starts with the Mayflower and so on and so forth, and then, whoops, accidentally discovers that great-great-grandmother Mabel actually was born from some kind of miscegenation, or looks more like it was a rape in a slave family. That means we're not so white. That disrupts not only the family's understanding of its whiteness, but it maybe disrupts whiteness altogether. It's very disruptive to do that kind of a genealogy. So genealogy is going to unnerve and upend the character of the present with its insights. It's also important to note it does not aim at a comprehensive history. It doesn't treat all events of the past. It only tracks the line of the particular aspect of the present that it's trying to trace. It's not trying to tell a whole story about all of the past. And for Nietzsche, genealogy is also going to focus in a peculiar place, and this is just Nietzsche's thing. It's going to focus on logics of desire and logics of will. That is, what did a particular class or set of natures or characters want? And what did they triumph in having? How did they cast their desires? How did they enact their will? What kind of world were they seeking to bring into being? And what values did they promulgate in order to advance this cause? Now, another thing we need to note about genealogy is that for Nietzsche, it will have a very important philological, you can spell that, philological and etymological dimension. Philology and etymology together involve both the study of language generally and the history and transformation of words. This is Nietzsche's original training, so that's partly why he's so into it, but it's also where he thinks a lot of clues to human history can be found. If you look at what practices and values words came from, and then how they've changed over the years, you've all had this experience where you suddenly see, wow, that's what that meant then, and here's what it means now. That tells us something. In other words, Nietzsche knows words carry histories. Languages carry histories, and they're often these hidden histories that he's trying to get at. And again, it's why we're so shocked and amazed by certain etymologies. Like when you learn, for example, the first time that hysteria in ancient Greek means wandering womb, literally referred to the idea that a woman's womb had left her body and referred to what was understood as a reproductive physiological disorder. Or, as we've emphasized in this class, knowing that the origin of the word republican comes from res publica, meaning the public thing, distinguished from the idea that the monarch or any other private party owned the public sphere, and that was understood as that part of life that we hold together in common. It really separates it from the idea of republicanism being equated with free enterprise or with certain other things today. So the first thing Nietzsche is going to do in this text that we are looking at is explore the etymology of good and bad. Those two words, good and bad, good and evil, both. And find out through this etymology and through some of his studies of language more generally that they didn't quite mean in the beginning what they mean to us now. They don't have that Christian overtone of being truly righteous or truly sinful, but mean something else. And I won't spoil the story because that's the story you're reading for this week. But let me instead now turn to the preface. That's the one bit of textual work we're going to do today. If you have your Nietzsche with you, it would be really useful to get it out because we are going to hang out in the pages. I'll also say that, this is one of those lectures where you kind of hang on and you think, okay, she's telling me he's reevaluating all values and he's doing genealogies. I don't know what quite any of this means. This lecture should be helpful for you in your reading of Nietzsche, and hopefully will make more sense the deeper you go into Nietzsche, the more you'll see him turning values on end and upending them with genealogical explorations. So I'm going to study the preface a little bit, the one that starts on page 15. Nietzsche gives you his own clue to reading him at the end of the preface. At the very end of the preface, he talks about the importance of deciphering and then ruminating in a cow-like fashion, which means that he thinks what we need to do when we're reading him is very closely and carefully try to decipher what he's saying in particular passages, and then just ruminating on them. It says, as a cow chews its cud. In other words, he doesn't want you to be looking for that systematic argument that you're not going to find there. Instead, he wants you to try to grasp the provocation and then chew your cud on it. Okay, let's start with page 15, the opening of the preface. I think you're all in the same edition, but if you're not, it's section 1 of the preface. He begins, "We are unknown to ourselves, we men of knowledge, and with good reason." First sentence then. We, men of knowledge, scholars, thinkers, students, we are unknown to ourselves. We don't know ourselves. And then he says in the second sentence, we've never sought ourselves. How could it happen that we should ever find ourselves? It's rightly been said, where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. There will your heart be also. Our treasure, we men of knowledge, is where the beehives of our knowledge are. We're constantly making for them, being by nature winged creatures and honey gatherers of the spirit. There's one thing alone we really care about from the heart, bringing something home. Let's try to decipher this. Nietzsche tells us we don't know ourselves. We are men of knowledge, but we don't know ourselves. Why? Because we've never really tried to. We've never really tried to know what we humans are. Where have we been instead? Well, it makes us like honeybees buzzing about our hives, and says our treasure is where the beehives of our knowledge are. We are constantly bringing things home. In other words, we're constantly collecting and making knowledge of the world, of mathematics, of science, of philosophy, of language, and so forth. But this all takes us quite far from our actual bodily, sensual inhabitation and experience of the world. It takes us far from experiences, from who and what we are. That's not what we study. We know all kinds of things then, but we don't really know ourselves. And he adds, it's our nature to not know ourselves, because it's our nature, he implies here, to collect and bring things home about the world that prevent us from really knowing who this we is, who this creature is, what we humans really are. We are, in other words, by nature, what we might call slightly alienated or self-distancing from ourselves as knowers. That's not what we tend to know. And then Nietzsche proceeds to account a journey about good and evil and where it originated. But this has begun with a warning, this opening passage, that we need to try to understand something about ourselves that we've never understood if we're going to understand good and evil, if we're going to understand ourselves as moral creatures. We need a new honesty and directness and light on ourselves, which means on the problematic of desire and will and power and things that we tend to not think about when we think about morality as it's taken shape in its correct fashion in the world. In section 3, next page, Nietzsche gives us an intellectual biography that he wants to enlist us in. It's his story, but he's telling the story in order to bring us along. He's trying to understand, he says, as a youngster, where good and evil came from. And he says when he was still young and religious, he made God the father of evil. That was his answer. Of course, this is already sacrilegious. And yet it's heading toward a certain self-knowledge, but as he points out, it doesn't yet really have human beings at the center. In other words, he's beginning to topple the self-affirming values that framed his thinking, where God was simply responsible for all that was good, and human beings were responsible for all that was bad, or other things were responsible for the bad, or the devil was responsible for the bad. So he's beginning to topple the self-affirming value of Christianity that framed his thinking, and that's the beginning of knowing who we really are, but he hasn't yet escaped from these values. Look at the top of 17 to see how he proceeds here. He says, as for the solution of the problem, where did good and evil really originate? I posed at that time, well, I gave the honor to God, as was only fair, and made him the father of evil. And then he says, fortunately, I learned early to separate theological prejudice from moral prejudice and ceased to look for the origin of evil behind the world. What does he mean by behind the world? He ceased to be looking for evil as something that came from outside, from elsewhere, from God, from theology, from anything outside the human world. He adds, a certain amount of historical and philological schooling, together with an inborn fastidiousness of taste in respect to psychological questions in general, soon transformed my problem into another one. And here you need to watch closely, because you'll learn something here about how Nietzsche thinks and how he wants you to think about the problem of morality and values. Here it goes. Here's his new problem. Under what conditions did man devise these value judgments, good and evil? So first question, under what conditions were the value judgments, good and evil, devised? And what value do they themselves possess? So now good and evil aren't just values, but have some value beyond what they present. It's not just that things are good or bad. It's that distinguishing things that way and presenting good and bad as values has some other value that we have to learn about. And then he adds, have they hitherto hindered or furthered human prosperity? Are they a sign of distress, impoverishment, or degeneration of life, of the degeneration of life? Or is there revealed in them, on the contrary, plenitude, force, and will of life, its courage, certainty, and feature? So he's already asking a kind of astonishing question. Could the very values, good and evil, actually be a degradation of human life, a degeneracy of human life? Not just that which makes everything possible, but that which actually is a sign of impoverished human existence. And then he concludes this section. Thereupon I discovered and ventured diverse answers. I distinguished between ages, peoples, degrees of rank among individuals. I departmentalized my problem. So he's still trying to figure out, where did good and evil come from? But now he's asked a bunch of questions. Under what conditions did these judgments get posed? What value do they possess? And are they really doing what they say they're doing? Or might they be a sign of our disastrous turn as a human species? And now he's, as he puts it, departmentalized my problem. And out of my answers there grew new questions, new inquiries, conjectures, and probabilities, until at length I had a country of my own, a soil of my own, an entire, discrete, thriving, flourishing world, like a secret garden, the existence of which no one suspected. In other words, he has a whole new way of thinking, of populating the moral, political, social, cultural world through this inquiry. He refers to it as a secret garden, but he's really talking about having come up with a whole new understanding through this inquiry, and then concludes, oh, how fortunate we are, we men of knowledge, provided only that we know how to keep silent long enough. In other words, don't get out there and just teach the old, this is good, this is bad, this is what's morally acceptable, this is what's morally decrepit, etc. But just go quiet and ask these kinds of questions. Where did morality come from in the first place? What's it do? Who's it serving? Is it advancing the human species, or is it actually a sign of its degeneracy and decrepitude. Now we turn to section 5, page 19, because he will then show how this unfolding of set of realizations occurs, how the value of the unegoistic, what he calls the instincts of pity and self-abnegation and self-sacrifice, are all what he calls a form of saying no to life and no to oneself. So what's he going to advance here? The idea that Christian values, compassion, turn the other cheek, have humility, be self-sacrificing, these are all forms not of moral goodness, but forms of saying no to life and to oneself. And what he begins to see is that these values, these Christian values, are not signs of the improvement of humankind, but actually, as he understands it, signs of its degeneration, its corruption. If you look at the very bottom of the first paragraph in section 5, we're on page 19, he's just made this claim that these values, the unegoistic values, as he puts it, pity, self-abnegation, self-sacrifice, etc., these are ways of saying no to life, no to oneself. And then he says, it was precisely here, I'm 6 lines up from the bottom of the first full paragraph, precisely here I saw the beginning of the end, the dead stop, a retrospective weariness, the will turning against life, the tender and sorrowful signs of the ultimate illness. The will turning against life, the human will turning against itself, constraining, condemning, negating itself. He adds, I understood that the ever-spreading morality of pity that had seized even on philosophers and made them ill, as the most sinister symptom of a European culture that had itself become sinister. All right, so what do we have? Nietzsche is arguing so far, before he's even shown you how he gets there, it's just the preface to this text, that these values that we consider so essential to distinguishing good from bad people, good from bad actions, and so forth, are actually themselves a form of illness, an illness of the species, an illness of the soul. Now watch how this insight gets integrated into what we have learned is the genealogical sensibility more generally. How does Nietzsche take this insight about this illness, this naysaying to life, this turning against the human will, by telling it to be good in all of these, what he considers constraining and negating ways? How does he take that insight and integrate it into a genealogical story, a story about how we came to be here in the first place? We're going to look at section 6. This is the last major thing we read, and we're going to read the whole thing. Page 20. The problem of the value of pity and the morality of pity. And here, by pity, he means certainly, feeling sorry for another, but also compassion and being concerned for the weak, and the disadvantaged, which he considers to be a value that he also sees as being at the very heart of democracy, that you declare a general equality of human beings, and that you also consider the disadvantaged, the less fortunate, as requiring the compassion and the ministrations of all. The problem of the value of pity and the morality of pity seemed at first to be merely something detached, an isolated question mark. So at first he's just thinking, okay, how did we get to have this morality of pity and compassion and self-abnegation and turning the other cheek and so forth? He starts out just thinking about that. And then he says, but whoever sticks with this problem and learns how to ask questions here will experience what I experienced. A tremendous new prospect opens up for him. A new possibility comes over him like a vertigo. So your world is going to start tipping if you stay with this question and you stay with this challenge, if you insist on asking, is the good really the good? Is it what it says it is? Is it good for us? Is it good for everybody? Is it really what it claims to be? If you stick with that question, a new possibility comes over like a vertigo, like every kind of mistrust and suspicion and fear leaps up. Everything's going to get called into question now. What will happen? His belief in morality and all morality falters, and finally a new demand becomes audible. Okay, so you've challenged the belief in the basics of good and evil, right and wrong as we take them to be. And at that point, a new demand emerges. He says, let us articulate this new demand. We need a critique of moral values. The value of these values themselves must be called into question. That's the new demand. And for that demand, for that critique of moral values, for the critique of the very value of moral values, what's needed is, he says, a knowledge of the conditions and circumstances in which they grew. We need to know where they come from, what conditions and circumstances nourished them, under which they changed and evolved. This is a knowledge, he adds, of a kind that has never yet existed or even been desired. We've never had it, and it's never been wanted. And it's never been wanted because it's going to upset the whole apple cart. It's going to make us see ourselves in a very different light than the one in which we see ourselves now. He says, one has taken the value of these values as given, factual, beyond all question. One's never doubted or hesitated in the slightest degree, supposing the good man to be of greater value than the evil man, in the sense of furthering the advancement and prosperity of man in general. But what if the reverse were true? What if a symptom of regression were inherent in the good? Okay, you can see how his sister could do this Nazi thing to him, right? So it's like there on the page, and you're going to see it a lot more. You can see how she could take this and make it attach to something else. But you need to bracket that thought while you try to stay with what his project is. Okay? What if a symptom of regression were inherent in the good? A danger, a seduction, a poison, a narcotic, through which the present was possibly living at the expense of the future. What if a symptom of regression is inherent in the good? The idea that the good is not actually opening out a better and better world for us, but in fact, as he puts it, the present is living at the expense of the future. Perhaps more comfortably, less dangerously, but at the same time in a meaner style, more basely, so that precisely morality would be to blame. If the highest power and splendor actually possible to man was never in fact attained. What if, he's saying, he concludes, morality is the danger of dangers. Now, we don't know what any of this means yet, because this is the preface to a text that is going to take us on this odd journey. But what he's saying is that if you are willing to submit to this vertigo, to let go, and to open up, you will see a different world. You'll see this world differently, and you may see our values differently, and it may give you a different orientation toward being human, toward thinking, and toward the world itself. The payoff of this project he offers at the very beginning of section 7. He says the project now is to traverse with quite novel questions, as though with new eyes, the enormous, distant, and so well hidden land of morality. So what we're going to do is traverse with new questions, new eyes, the huge and distant and well hidden land of morality. It's not going to be easy. It's huge, it's distant, and it's well hidden. Morality that has actually existed, actually been lived. And does this not mean virtually to discover this land for the first time? We are going to get at the truth of the moral world. Nietzsche alone, in other words, is claiming to be able to give us the meaning of morality, the truth of morality, by showing us its origins, its development, its purposes and functions, its operations, And he's going to do it through a genealogical reconsideration of it. Where does it start? How does it develop? What does it do to us? And he's doing this genealogical reconsideration so that his own secret garden, his own mental universe at this point, can become a fund of more common knowledge. He's going to rechart the land on which we live in an everyday sense, the moral land on which we lived. And he promises that to do this, if you enter it with him, will involve a certain collective vertigo, a disorientation, a loss of compass points. Indeed, a pretty big one, a shattering of the conceits of modernity about what it is and where it thinks it's going. And that is exactly the effect that Nietzsche's writings will eventually have in at least the intellectual world. Okay, next time we will be considering closely slave morality and a word that is untranslated in your text. I can put this one on the board as ressentiment, close to resentment, but it's untranslated as ressentiment. So next time we'll be working on ressentiment and slave morality to begin getting at this morality thing. But we have a little bit of time, so let me just see if there are questions about what I've said. I know that it's an introductory lecture, so you're just getting acquainted with Nietzsche. Yes?
Could you consider Nietzsche the first postmodern thinker?
The question is, can you consider Nietzsche the first postmodern thinker? So Nietzsche is often treated this way, and by postmodern, of course, lots of different things are meant. But one reason that he's often treated as a certain important founder of postmodernity is that he's both a critic of modernity, but that's not the most important reason, but that he is pulling away the foundations that we take modernity to sit on, whether they are rationalism or science or objectivity or certain moral values, and that he is, in that sense, the first post-foundational thinker, the first thinker who says, everything humans do rests on nothing but historical pathways. It doesn't rest on real fundaments, on real and settled foundations. And in that sense, he's often taken to be not the origin of postmodern thinking, but, as you put it, one of the first and a very important beginner for that kind of thinking. Other questions? Yes?
He says on the one hand, at the beginning, that it's our nature to get into these constructions of morality. But then at the same time, that going into this, the illness of Christianity goes against our human will. So, yeah.
Okay, so to try to say it again, just so that everybody can hear, he says at the beginning that it's in our nature to, let me get it precisely from you. Our nature to, which claim about nature?
Our nature to abide by the moral constructions of Christianity.
And then at the same time that it's an illness.
Right.
Okay.
That goes against them.
Right. So it's partly our nature to be ill. But more than that, you have to be careful with nature in Nietzsche, because he's always working with what he calls the type man. And by the type man, he means that man is a type among other types of animals. He will often sometimes simply say the animal man, to remind us that we are animals. We're a very peculiar type of animal. We are one of the few kinds of animals he thinks that gnaw on ourselves and put ourselves in cages, aren't caged by others, but do these terribly self-lacerating... he knows other animals gnaw on themselves when we cage them. But we are one of the few animals that actually puts themselves in hair shirts and cages and through various kinds of tortures. And he knows that we are the animals that also have a particular kind of development in our history. We are historical creatures. We're culturally made creatures. He won't just say that we're weird animals because we think. It's also because we have historical formations. So to understand us as creatures who generate morality and then forget that we generated it, and then, as he puts it, forget that we forgot, is to understand us, in some ways as Marx does, as very productive creatures, but now not productive just because we make for our existence. That's not interesting to Nietzsche. We're productive of ourselves. We make ourselves, we make human worlds, we make human meanings. We are the meaning-making creatures. And as meaning-making creatures, we also make meanings that can be devastating and destructive to ourselves. We order the world constantly, but we do it in ways that can be terribly self-lacerating and cruel. But cruelty by itself is already not an indictment. It's just who we are. So what we have in Nietzsche is this combined recognition that by nature we generate historical, cultural, political formations, which then make us. But at the same time, Nietzsche wants to affirm possibilities in our nature that are less sickly than the one he sees around him now. And here, I'll just maybe end here. This is a way to connect him a little bit to Tocqueville and to one leitmotif in Mill. Tocqueville also is looking around his world, seeing more and more sheep-like behavior, mediocrity and conformity and kind of a lack of vitality in the human species, even as democracy and equality are unfolding in the 19th century. We saw this in Mill too, this formulation sort of later in the work on liberty, in the middle of the text, chapters 3 and 4 in particular, where you see him worrying very much about the extinguishing of individuality, the depression of the many to a kind of lowly entrepreneurial or behaviorist kind of modality. So with Nietzsche, that worry is there about the sheep, but also more generally what Nietzsche will take these guys to be concerned with, he will treat as a larger problematic in modernity, that we think we are at the pinnacle of historical achievement, but we are actually getting, as he puts it, sicker and sicker. As a civilization, we are becoming smaller, less creative, less agonistic and robust, less individual. So what you have in Nietzsche is that recognition that a history comes out of our nature, because by nature we're history-producing animals, but that we can also make ourselves sick and have a more sickly nature that we don't overcome, unlike the one that he thinks he's overcoming. Okay, that was a lot of anticipating where you haven't been yet, so I gave you a big picture of where we're going. Okay, see you on Thursday. First, I just have a question you could help us with. One of the GSIs picked up a skateboard in Dwinell that he thought belonged to some member of the class, and it turned out it didn't, so now it's in my office, and we want to get it back to the person, and I just need to, yeah, it's yours, right? It's a really nice skateboard, and I just need to know what the best mechanism is. It's been put up on Craigslist as lost and found, but we're getting no takers. How would you, if you were trying to return something like that, how would you do it?
The UCPD has a lot.
So just do it through the UCPD? Is that where you would go if you lost a skateboard?
That's where I've gone over that I lost my phone. So.
Okay. Any other ideas? We'll let UCPD know. Sell it on eBay, right? No, this will be one of those moments where somebody who's just devastated actually gets the thing back, you know. So, okay, so UCPD, you all agree that's the way to go. Say again? Right. Okay. So the other thing I just wanted to let you know was that your last paper will be on Nietzsche and Freud. And so I just want you to have that heads up. We'll give you the topics later on. There'll be a selection of topics, but just know that that's what your final paper will be on. You might want to get your books out. We'll need them today. We're going to work through the first essay. So, as we started our work last time in the preface, we saw Nietzsche narrate how the question that occupies this text, namely, where did contemporary Christian democratic morality come from? How this question unfolded for him. He says he began by asking about the source of the origin of good and evil. Where did they come from? And he stopped early on looking for its origin, as he puts it, behind the world, as if it just exists out there somewhere in the cosmos, and instead began looking for it in human history, human practices, assuming that our understanding of what's good and what's evil and the very valuation of good and evil comes from humans. We're the ones with those notions. And then he started asking about what he called the value of these values, meaning that he wanted to ask whether the distinction between good and evil and our understanding of good and evil itself is, as we understand these terms today, a sign of health or sickness in the human species, a sign of what he calls human plenitude or regression, weakness, distress. And soon, he says, he began speculating that the values that we have today that he calls the unegoistic values, the values of pity and self-sacrifice and altruism and so forth, he began to speculate that these were all a form of what he calls saying no to life, saying no to life, even saying no to oneself. And what he means here, and we'll see much more in detail what he means on Tuesday when we study the chapter that explores this, but what he means here in brief is that all of these values about the importance of caring for the other, being self-abnegating, self-sacrificing, and so forth, they're all a form of the will turning against life, reproaching life, strength, expression of life force. And he begins to suspect that what he's going to call morality, by which, as I am suggesting, he really means kind of modern Christian and democratic morality, that this morality that involves this kind of naysaying, that we consider very civilized and progressive, is actually a morality that, as he puts it, is making us ill as a species, making us sick as a species. Sick in the sense of enforcing a certain impotence, a certain self-beratement and self-torture, a certain self-thwarting. And then he tells us that this generates a whole new set of questions for him as he gets this hunch about the present. Questions that begin to cast doubt on the idea that the present is some glorious development out of a dark past, and instead suggests that perhaps the present is a fall, a devolution, a loss from something that once was greater. And he begins to ask, out of what conditions and circumstances did this situation emerge? How did it come to be? What brought humanity to the point of being what he calls so weary of itself, so unimpressed with the type man, so sick of man? All right, now you don't have to go along with all of this to just get that as the basic outline of what Nietzsche tells you he's going to do in this text. I just wanted to get that reminder of what he narrates as the progress of his own thinking in the preface before us, before we turn to the main topic for today, which is slave morality. Slave morality is one of Nietzsche's most challenging, scary, and disturbing theses. It is also utterly fascinating, and I beg you to just open to it. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to agree with it, but it is worth understanding. It should provoke you, even if you reject it utterly. It should make you rethink in some ways what you do accept. And it's important, I'm going to spell it out in great detail. I'm going to spend most of my time today just unfolding what it is and how it works. But it's important to say at the outset that the idea that is contained in the notion of slave morality, as Nietzsche names it, is not even confined to the domain of morality. It will also challenge almost all the values of the democratic age that we have seen Tocqueville, Marx, and Mill all affirm. It will challenge the idea of democracy itself as a good. It will challenge the idea of the good of a belief in the basic equality of human beings, the belief in equal entitlement and equal treatment. It will challenge a belief in the value or the virtue of industriousness and labor. It will challenge a belief in the idea that power is evil and lying and corrupt, while powerlessness tends to be virtuous and good and truthful and innocent. It will also challenge a belief in progress, the belief that we're in the age of progress and that current thinking, current regimes represent a culmination of a great historical progress. So Nietzsche's going to really plunge a dagger into this nest of beliefs. And we need to follow his argument really carefully to see how he does it. We have to be willing to consider what disturbs us and sort out what the different disturbances are. We have to also pay attention to a few things I just want to mark at the beginning. There is a distinction between what Nietzsche is saying and whom he chooses as his exemplars. And I touched on this last time. It can be very disturbing to read Nietzsche for the first time and have him carrying on about the Jews and then carrying on about the Christians and then carrying on about the Aryan race and so forth. So we need to try to make some distinction between what he's arguing and what his exemplars are, so we grasp his argument. We also need to appreciate there's some vacillation in what Nietzsche says. There's some inconsistency. He happily concedes it. He's not that interested in utter consistency. He's trying to do something else. There's also hyperbole, overstatement, provocation. He can't resist it. And we have to back off a little bit, again, from the hyperbole to see what he's trying to tell us, what he's trying to say. And finally, there's ambiguity in what he's saying, which is to say, when, for example, he chooses the Jews as the ultimate example or origin of slave morality, he's not merely condemning them. The Jews he will identify as representing a reaction against life as splendor and strength, but then he will also say that reaction that the Jews embody is all that makes life interesting. It's all that makes history happen. It's all that produces human history in complexity. It's all that cultivates deep subjectivity, deep interiority, deep complexity in the human being. So we have that ambiguity. There'll be a challenge, what seems like condemnation, and then there'll be a kind of flip and an affirmation. And put another way, what he will call the illness of slave morality will turn out to be a very potent, world-making illness. As he puts it, as pregnancy is an illness. Gives birth to something new. Okay, those are just some hints about reading him. Let's now begin at the beginning. As I warned you, Nietzsche starts etymologically, that is, with the origin of the word good. What connotations, he asks in section 4, around page 27-28. We're not going to read yet, but that's about where it happens. What connotations does the word good carry when it first emerges in various European languages? And Nietzsche tours a couple of European languages to discover that everywhere when the word good emerges in the beginning, as it were, of the word good, it is associated with nobility. And as such, with supremacy, with loftiness, with strength, achievement, capacity, splendor. Now, he's already told us in section 2 that only when what he calls aristocratic or noble value judgments decline, only when these value judgments decline, do you get the idea of an unegoistic action, an action that is selfless, that is for another. Only then does the value of such action begin to ascend. Only when aristocratic, noble value judgments begin to slide do you get the emergence or the affirmation of the idea of an unegoistic action being good. But he says we can't see this. And the reason we can't see this is because of what he calls the democratic prejudice in the modern world toward all questions of origin. The democratic prejudice in the modern world toward all questions of origin. I think that's from page 28, I think. What does he mean by that? He means that when we're thinking about terms or words or practices or values, we tend to project our own values onto the origin of things. We assume then a certain original democratic sentiment or valuation of human beings that all history has been developing or working toward. And of course, you get this notion a little bit from Hegel, from Marx, from Mill, and Tocqueville. And remember, it's that progressive view that the world is moving toward a more and more free, more and more democratic, more and more egalitarian end. That's the progressive view that genealogy, Nietzsche's approach to knowing, is trying to disrupt or undo. He's trying to undo this view of history where all of our present is contained at the origin and has finally blossomed in our time. And he's trying to challenge the very idea that history is progressive, that humanity is progressing. Related to the democratic prejudice, but not quite the same as the democratic prejudice, our projection of our own contemporary values onto the history of values, related to that, Nietzsche says we also tend to project utilitarian purposes backwards onto values, meaning that we have a tendency to imagine that all human values originated according to their functionalism or their benefit for the many. And again, this kind of projection is what happens in standard history. Current values, which don't seem to have a history, which we just take to be true, get non-problematically just projected back in time. And genealogy is going to challenge this by making values themselves the subject and the object of historical inquiry. Values themselves are, where did they come from? What is their development? What conditions make them grow? What overthrows them? What reverses their course? What transforms them? Okay, so now let's go back to this aristocratic stipulation of goodness. We haven't gotten very far yet. We just have to take these little methodological detours periodically when talking about Nietzsche. So, in what does this original stipulation of goodness, what he calls the noble valuation, and sometimes he just calls it the aristocratic valuation, in what does it consist? He tells us in section 5, page 29, that it consists in superiority in power, mastery. Goodness is also largeness of existence, largeness of purpose. All of this, he says, is simply valued as good in a self-evident way. So the good equals whatever is strong, masterful, superior, life-affirming. But almost immediately, Nietzsche suggests, things grow complicated. In section 6, he says there's a complication introduced when the highest caste, when the noble caste is also or is complemented by the priestly caste. When noble dominance is contested or offset or saturated by a priestly caste. Why? Because for the priestly caste, Nietzsche says, goodness no longer simply represents life affirmation, supremacy, largeness, bigness, strength, power. It already also represents purity. Purity. It's already a purer caste than others. And that purity will entail what he calls an ethos of self-sacrifice and abstinence in order to achieve its purity. It will not be pure because of all this largeness and bigness and strength. It will be pure because of some self-sacrifice or self-abnegation. And that is already the beginning of the end of this noble mode of valuation, which will be clear in a moment. Now, Judaism, out of which comes Christianity, so he'll never say Judeo-Christianity, but he'll always remind us that Judaism, out of which comes Christianity, in particular represents a toppling of the equation of goodness with strength and power and grandness. Why? Because the priestly caste in these religions represents what he calls impotence, by which he is not referring to what Viagra is aimed at solving, but rather by which he means literally lack of strength and power, some inability next to those who are strong and powerful. Let's see how Nietzsche describes this on page 33. So I'm in section 7, page 33. He says in section 7, one will have divined already how easily the priestly mode of valuation, that was that mode that still might be consorting with nobility, but is starting to be tainted by a certain impotence and a certain purification, how easily it can branch off from the knightly aristocratic mode and then develop into its opposite. So here's what Nietzsche's tracking. How do we start out with the idea that good equals power, greatness, etc., and then get to the opposite of that? He says, the knightly aristocratic value judgments, and he names these differently at some different times. Sometimes he calls it the noble mode of valuation, sometimes he calls it the knightly aristocratic value judgments, etc. They presupposed a powerful physicality, a flourishing, abundant, even overflowing health, together with that which serves to preserve it: war, adventure, hunting, dancing, war games, and in general, all that involves vigorous, free, joyful activity. Okay, so we have the knightly aristocratic value judgments with a powerful physicality, strong sense of health, of fight, of adventure, of dancing, of joy, of vigorous activity. The priestly noble mode of valuation presupposes, as we have seen, other things. It's disadvantageous for it when it comes to war. As is well known, the priests are the most evil enemies. But why? Because they are the most impotent. It's because of their impotence that in them hatred grows to monstrous and uncanny proportions. All right, so what do we have so far? This priestly caste represents a certain impotence, which in turn, he suggests, generates a certain hatred that grows to monstrous and uncanny proportions. And yet he will again add very quickly that even as he obviously laments this development, it is the way that human history becomes interesting. It's through this emerging opposite mode of valuation that human history becomes interesting. It becomes what we know today, which is, as he puts it, human history would be altogether too stupid a thing without the spirit that the impotent have introduced into it. He's already said this, actually, at the end of section 6, and we'll take up this question of just what's interesting about human history in a minute. But let's keep following our prey for a moment to see what he means by the hatred or the revengeful nature that the impotent have toward the strong or the potent. And to do that, we need to look at pages 33 and 34, where we will see the first real inversion in language and hence in morality of the aristocratic mode of valuation. All right, so we are looking at, let's look at the top of 34, actually. Three lines from the top. It was the Jews who, with awe-inspiring consistency, dared to invert the aristocratic value equation. And what was that value equation? Good equals noble, equals powerful, equals beautiful, equals happy, equals beloved of God. So he's reminding you that there's a religious dimension here. It's the dimension that we know well from the ancient Greeks, for example, that to be beloved of God, you weren't meek and turning the other cheek. You were doing great deeds, great actions, and so forth. Okay, so it was the Jews who, with awe-inspiring consistency, dared to invert this value equation and to hang on to this inversion with their teeth, the teeth of the most abysmal hatred, the hatred of impotence, meaning the hatred that comes from impotence, saying, instead, putting in place of this original valuation, quote, the wretched alone are the good, the poor, impotent, lowly alone are the good. The suffering, deprived, sick, ugly alone are pious, alone are blessed by God. Blessedness is for them alone. And you, the powerful and noble, are, on the contrary, the evil, the cruel, the lustful, the insatiable, the godless to all eternity. So that warrior, aristocratic, noble, knightly class running around the world, being big physical creatures, having the time of their life, doing what they want to do, fighting, dancing, drinking, etc., all of that turns now into a subject of offense or sin or immorality. You shall be in all eternity, he continues, the unblessed, the accursed, and the damned. And then, of course, he adds, one knows who inherited this Jewish revaluation. And by that, he means the Christians. But the point is, he has introduced here what he calls at the end of this passage the beginning of the slave revolt in morality. The beginning of the slave revolt in morality. That revolt, which he says at the end of section 7, has a history of 2,000 years behind it, and which we no longer see because it has been victorious. All right, now we need to go deep into this slave revolt, and we need to start by noting that what he's referring to is the revolt of the weak or impotent against the strong, a revolt that will be moralized, that will have a moral valence in which the strong become the impious, the damned, the offensive, the wrong, the evil, and the weak become the good. Now, to go into this, we have to first note that he does not mean literally that this comes from the enslaved. The Jews, of course, were enslaved to the Egyptians, but what Nietzsche is trying to get at is that this morality emerges from what he understands as a mentality of the dominated, when domination is an act of the strong over the weak. It's an act also of simply the impotent. Let's leave domination out of the picture. When the world is run and ruled by the strong, the powerful, the life-affirming. So we need to be clear here. He's not talking just about literal slaves, and he's also not talking about domination by, say, the rich, or domination by royal lineage. He's talking about strong characters and the morality that they make in their name, and weaker characters and the morality that they will generate out of their experience. And what he's trying to track is how it could be that the mentality of the weak could not only develop into an ethos and a morality, but could triumph. How could that be? How could the weak, the impotent, end up with the triumphant, victorious morality in the modern age? All right, so our first point, he's not just talking literally about slaves. Jews are enslaved, and he is trying to say something about a slave morality, but he's not saying that all slaves have this. There could be a slave rebellion that is not partaking of what he calls slave morality. It could be throwing off its chains. It could be quite literally rebelling against being enslaved with a sense of strength and self-affirmation and so forth. Moreover, as we've seen, if the Jews were, in his understanding, at the beginning of this development, they certainly aren't at the end. Not only did the Christians inherit it, but as we will see, if we look, for example, at, let's see, I want to look at the bottom of page 35, the beginning of section 9. He begins to be indifferent to the question of what religion is sustaining this after a while. He says, let us stick to the facts. The people have won, or the slaves, or the mob, or the herd, or whatever you like to call them. And he adds a little bit later, if this has happened through the Jews, very well. 5-6 lines into 36, everything now is visibly becoming Judaized, Christianized, mobized. What do the words matter? Okay, so we're beginning to get a sense of some of the inversions and the arc of slave morality, but we now need to peer really closely at exactly what it is, what Nietzsche means by it. We know that it involves the inversion I've tried to put here very briefly on the board, an inversion of the noble or aristocratic modality of valuation in which good is powerful, great, life-affirming, etc., and slave morality is going to make goodness equivalent to being weaker or meeker or abject or something like that. But now we need to know how it actually works. So let's look at section 10, page 36, and we will start with the very first sentence. The slave revolt in morality begins when ressentiment itself becomes creative and gives birth to values. The ressentiment of natures that are denied the true reaction, that of deeds, and compensate themselves with an imaginary revenge. Now, there is a huge amount packed into this sentence, so we're going to spend a few minutes with it. Let's start with ressentiment. Why keep this French word? Why not translate it? It is the French word for roughly what we call resentment, but Nietzsche himself found no equivalent for the word in German, because in French, the term is sort of larger and more knowing than it is in German or in English. It's more of a comprehensive temperament and bearing than we have in other languages. However, what we're going to have to do for the next few minutes is just call it resentment, because that's the best we can do, and dwell in the problem of resentment for a minute. Okay, what do we know about resentment, and why is Nietzsche putting it at the beginning of this emergence he's calling slave morality? Well, we've all felt resentment towards something. A rich person, an accomplished friend who gets all the prizes and honors, a sibling who seems to get away with murder, a landlord who is endlessly abusive, a colleague, a condition in the world. And you can resent literally anything. You can resent life itself or the body. If you're a non-Christian, you can resent Christmas. You can resent Christmas if you are Christian. You can resent inflexible paper deadlines. You can resent people to whom writing seems to come terribly easily or languages are learned easily. And the important thing about resentment is that it's really different from jealousy. It's different from envy or rivalry or mere unhappiness. It's a peculiarly miserable and narrow and small state. It's bitter and narrow. And it's based, Nietzsche knows, on the experience of vulnerability or subordination or inferiority, but above all, frustration. And importantly, it is an affective state in which we don't just suffer these things. If we just suffered them, we'd call it suffering. Rather, resentment turns these experiences of vulnerability, subordination, inferiority, frustrated desire, it turns them in an aggressive and reproachful direction. It attacks. It's also, Nietzsche knows, an irritable and agitated state. It's not a state of passively accepting one's condition. It's not merely a state of self-pity. That person writes really well, I have a hard time. That person can learn languages in their sleep, I still can't conjugate in the present, etc. It's an active, aggressive response to one's feeling of frustration or thwarted desire or inferiority or impotence. Above all, to resent is to suffer something one would rather not suffer but cannot escape. It's got a trapped or stuck dimension in it. It's to feel stung or reduced or even humiliated by something you can't escape, but you also can't conquer, you can't repel. So again, it involves a certain caged or stuck condition. Now, what Nietzsche also understands about resentment, and again, the bigger term is ressentiment. It's a whole mentality. It's a whole temperament. What he understands is that in this state, one's suffering tends to be imputed to the power of what one resents. And this is crucial. One's suffering tends to be imputed to the power of what one resents. You imagine that your suffering, if you resent something, is located in that other. If you resent that sibling who gets away with murder while you get busted every time, you imagine your suffering to be located in that other, caused by that other. So resentment is always involved with the problem of power, of feeling unjustly reduced or humiliated or thwarted or manipulated or wounded. And it responds, this is the peculiarity of the affective resentment, it responds with blame and outrage. I resent that. And that blame and outrage projects one's suffering onto the thing or the person or the event and holds it responsible for one's suffering. And not only does it hold it responsible for one's suffering, it tends to morally reproach or condemn it, to reproach it as wrong or bad or unfair or unjust. If it doesn't do that, it's not really resentment. If it has a little smile in it, if it has a recognition, God, a guy just can do anything and I can't, that's not resentment. Resentment has this active, agitated, reproachful, blaming, projecting quality. It's also notably obsessive. As Nietzsche says, nothing on earth consumes a man more quickly. And in this sense, again, it doesn't have an easy resolution. It's not only a relatively paralyzed state, it's a kind of continuous state. We speak of smoldering resentment or seething resentment. But we don't talk about raging resentment or cackling resentment. It's not that quality of an affective state. If it could rage or cackle, it would burn itself out quickly. But resentment never does. It smolders, it seethes, it lasts. And you all know this if you just reach for the thing you feel real resentment toward. Okay, so why go into all this? Because Nietzsche is placing this very complex affective state, which is not just a single emotion, it's really a chain of emotions. It's vulnerability, impotence, frustration, paralysis, turn to aggression and reproach and moralizing. He places this complex affective state at the heart of what he calls the slave revolt in morality. And he also makes an immediate move with it. As he puts it, it becomes creative and gives birth to values. It becomes creative and gives birth to values. And again, remember I warned you at the outset, what's crucial in Nietzsche is that he never will just condemn what he takes to be the ill or negative forces in history. He never just rejects or dismisses them as ill and negative. He's always interested in their power. How do they produce? What's their effect? What shape have they given to history and to us? Now, the man of resentment, his term, he tells us in this very first sentence, the one that we just read, the man of resentment, he says at the very beginning of section 10, can't really act, can't really do deeds. He's too impotent for that. He's stuck, he's paralyzed, he lacks power. So he compensates himself, Nietzsche says, with an imaginary revenge. All right, so resentment is going to take its revenge, but it's not going to do it through acting. It's going to do it in some other way. Let's see what that other way is. Now we need to proceed to the next sentence. Okay, so far he said that the slave morality, revolt in morality, begins when resentment becomes creative. It gives birth to values. This is the creativity of natures he calls denied the true reaction. True reaction would be deeds, and instead it's going to compensate itself with something else. Here's what he says. While every noble morality develops from a triumphant affirmation of itself, the noble morality develops from a sense of being great, being strong, being capacious, having power and capacity to act. Slave morality from the outset says no to what is outside, what is different, what is not itself. And this no is its creative deed. This no is its creative deed. What does he mean? Slave morality condemns what it hates or resents. And he then reminds us that the very essence of ressentiment is this valuation of the rest of the world rather than itself. As he puts it, this inversion, I'm still reading the same passage, this inversion of the value-positing I, E-Y-E, this need to direct one's view outward instead of back to oneself is the essence of ressentiment. Bottom of 36, top of 37. So this need to direct one's view outward, that person is the problem. Those are the bad people. They're the ones who did it to me. The essence of ressentiment is this attention and valuation of the rest of the world rather than a focus on oneself, rather than an affirmation of one's own capacities. Resentment never makes its own experiences its object or its sense of practice. It's always absorbed in a narrative about the other. Just think about the resentments you've heard from others or from yourself. The bad boyfriend, the employer who fails to appreciate you, the political science class that is grading too hard, the resentful sibling who won't talk about her felt smallness or suffering or try to change things, but just goes on and on and on about how the other one is so spoiled and gets away with everything. Never talk about your own part when you're in a resentful state. It's always the problem with the other. So what does he say here? In the very next sentence, he tells us slave morality always first needs a hostile external world. Slave morality always needs first a hostile external world. It needs, he adds, physiologically speaking, external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is fundamentally reaction. So what's he telling us here? Slave morality, born of ressentiment, is always a response to power, a reaction to strength, a reproach to it. It's a reaction against power and strength. The power and strength that is imagined, are imagined, to cause one's felt smallness, one's felt humiliation, one's felt injury. Again, Nietzsche then contrasts this with the noble mode of valuation. The noble mode of valuation, he says, acts and grows spontaneously. Just does its thing. This mode, the aristocratic, knightly, or noble mode of evaluation, in which to be good is to be powerful, to be strong, to be capacious, to have the ability to do, and just to do. This mode is all about affirming itself through actions and deeds. It's not a mode of valuation in which the other is attacked. In fact, he tells us the idea of bad in the noble mode of valuation is kind of an afterthought. It's not really in the picture. It's whatever can't do and be big. He adds, the noble mode is not even capable of taking its enemies or its misfortunes very seriously for very long. The sign of the noble mode of valuation is that if something hurts somebody who's in it or has double-crossed you or something, it's quickly forgotten. One just moves on and continues to forge through life. In fact, he says, the noble mode of evaluation is the only one in which one can truly love one's enemies. Why? One loves one's enemies for the achievements they incite you to. A noble sensibility, he says, loves a worthy enemy, a strong adversary. Why? Because of the opportunity it presents for overcoming, for greatness, for being big. That's what Wagner was for Nietzsche. That's what a terrific athletic opponent offers. That's what pushing yourself to write a really brilliant paper on a really hard topic could feature, if it didn't feature ressentiment. But for the man of resentment, the enemy becomes literally evil. That's what he tells us at the bottom of page 39. For the man of resentment, instead of the enemy being an incitation to conquest, to achievement, to greatness, to triumph, to victory, to higher heights and greater deeds, the enemy becomes evil, bad, and the resentful creature is, by contrast, good. Okay, so what just happened? Good and bad shifted from the noble mode of evaluation, in which it was an opposition between the powerful and strong on the one side and the weak and the impotent on the other. It's shifted now to an opposition between the weak, who are the good, and the strong and the powerful, who are the bad. Now note again what Nietzsche is saying here about the differences in the formation of good between the two moralities, between the aristocratic or noble or knightly mode of valuation and what I'm calling Christian democratic, but could also be, he just calls it slave morality. The noble conceives the concept of good out of himself, his own superior achievements. Bad, as we've seen, at best is only an afterthought. It's not his enemy. The enemy is not bad. It's his inferior. Bad is inferiority. It's a pale shadow of human possibility. He goes to Greek etymology for the word and says, you know what? Bad refers, for those ancient Greeks, to low and unhappy. Bad, low, unhappy, they're all pretty much the same. They're all governed by a kind of lowly or inferior state, unhappiness. In contrast, the morality that emerges out of the man of ressentiment starts with the world he despises, the world that's making him suffer, and calls it evil, wrong, bad, and then names his impotence, by contrast, good. So this notion of evil emerges, he's saying, out of unsatisfied hatred or rancor or ressentiment. Now, these two different scales of good and bad, then note, they're not precisely opposites. There's an inversion here in which something really more than simple turning something upside down is happening. Good and bad, good and evil in the two cases are placed onto different things and different objects. But they're also formed out of radically different processes. One of them is active, the other is reactive. He says the noble mode of valuation, the moralization of goodness, comes out of affirming a life-affirming stance, being active, doing deeds. The other is reactive. It's stuck, it's paralyzed, it's small, it's injured, it's hurt, it's humiliated, it's trapped, and it's reacting to that by naming, not by doing, but by naming, by reproaching, by moralizing. The first one emerges from capacity, from strength and power. The second one from impotence. The first one emerges from what he calls love of life, and the second one from suffering or injury, suffering life. Now, the consequences of this emergence of slave morality, the consequences are really huge. Nietzsche's not just playing here. He told us, remember, that despite the general impotence of ressentiment, despite its lack of strength, its capacity for action not being there, it is creative. And its creative deed is what? It's to render this new valuation a whole morality, a whole moral universe. A moral universe that will adjudicate and organize everything within it. It's really talking about Christianity. It will take its suffering. It will take suffering and turn suffering itself into a moral good, a moral position, and a moral reproach of power, of strength, and action, all of which are taken to produce that suffering. Now, they don't actually produce that suffering. That's a projection. It's not that power and strength are actually saying, I'm going to make this little thing suffer. They just are doing their thing, and we little things suffer next to it. We feel small and impotent and failed and inferior and crappy. Okay, but why, if this is coming from the weak, why does this prevail? Why does it win? That's what Nietzsche's really interested in. Because Nietzsche says it's so single-mindedly devoted to the cause. This cause is all it has. The insistence that the powerful and the strong are bad is all it's got going for it. And it will throw its whole being into it. It's why Nietzsche says, a race of men of ressentiment are bound to be cleverer than any others. Why? Because they're going to spend all day, every day, obsessing about the badness of the strong and working out its details. Meanwhile, strong, they're just doing their thing in the world, running around, being those kind of boundy, animal-like creatures. They're creating things, doing things, expressing their physicality, strength, capacity. But this is not what the creatures of ressentiment are doing. They'll devote themselves utterly and relentlessly to making a philosophy, a morality, a religion, an ethics, and a politics in the image of their condition. They're going to shape the whole world in this image. Here again, just think about your encounters with someone in a deeply rancorous or resentful state. Think about the way they reproach whatever it is that they are figuring as blameworthy or oppressive as a truly boundless, endless discourse on their part. So boundless and endless that it's usually hard to stay with them for a long period of time because it's all they want to keep returning to. You keep trying to change the subject, and they come back to it. Now, if the powers that they're blaming have their attention elsewhere, if their attention is on doing and being and getting on with life, this reproachful analysis can become ascendant, victorious as a moral form. This ascendant mentality becomes victorious for another reason as well. Nietzsche tells us it infects the masses. They're slave morality's most appropriate agent and weapon. He doesn't say they start the problem, but all you have to do is toss it to them and say the meek shall inherit the earth, the suffering are really the good, the victimized really hold the truth and the innocence in life, and they'll eat it up like that because that's their condition. Okay, we have to go a little further with this, but before we do, we have one more piece of his analysis of slave morality that we have to grapple with. We've seen him argue that it issues from Ressentiment, the reproach of the weak against the strong. Just going to review for a second. Slave morality takes the form of a reaction against strength, a projection of one's own suffering onto the strong or the powerful. It's a reproachful moralizing against strength and against power as such. But what's its precise mechanism? What instrument does it use to make this reproach really take hold in the hearts and minds of human beings? To get at this, we have to go to our second topic for the day, which is Nietzsche's critique of moral accountability and his critique of the subject. And to do that, we get to go to a little parable about animals at the start of page 44. Nietzsche tells a story about birds of prey and their victims. And at the very beginning of section 13, he tells us this story. That lambs dislike great birds of prey does not seem strange. Only it gives no ground for reproaching those birds of prey for bearing off little lambs. The image you would have here is eagles or hawks or something like that. And if the lambs say among themselves, "These birds of prey are evil, and whoever is least like a bird of prey, but rather its opposite, a lamb, would he not be good?" There's no reason to find fault with this institution of an ideal, except perhaps that the birds of prey might view it a little ironically and say, "We don't dislike them at all, these good little lambs. We even love them. Nothing is more tasty than a tender lamb." Now, what's he saying here? What's he doing? Of course, lambs fear great birds of prey, but such conditions aren't the material of moral reproach. What makes moral reproach of the predator or the strong possible? And what Nietzsche then introduces is the idea that we are confusing effect with cause. We're taking effect and we're projecting backwards from the effect onto an original and intentional cause. We imagine a cause that intended to produce the effect that we have. And to get a brief picture of this from the parable we just read, and then we'll go into it more deeply, he's saying that if the lambs really were to imagine that the birds of prey quite deliberately and intentionally set out to make them miserable by feasting on them, they would be engaged in that mistake, that projection of their suffering back onto a cause. And he's saying that if we were to ask the birds of prey, they wouldn't say, "Oh no, I don't care if the lamb suffers or not. I actually like the lambs, and I'm not thinking about them." Okay. So what's he saying? Nietzsche's saying that we have a fantasy in contemporary morality and contemporary thinking more generally, that every effect has a conscious, deliberate cause behind it. That if you're hurt, for example, someone really set out to hurt you, that if you're suffering, there's a they or a he or a she making you suffer, trying to make you suffer, causing your suffering. The bird of prey, though, is of course not a deliberative moral being choosing to victimize lambs as its dastardly deed. Rather, what Nietzsche says is predatory eating is just what it is, what it does. In fact, the bird of prey, in the very nomenclature, is constituted by its deed, predation. That's what it is. Its deed, preying on little things it finds on earth, is its being. It's not just what it prefers. Preying on things is not a lifestyle or a choice or mere behavior. It's what it is. So we need to watch closely what Nietzsche is doing with this idea, that the activity is the very being of the creature. He's struggling with our grammar. He's probing our grammar and the way we speak and trying to see what it reveals about how we think morally. Okay, so the place where we're going to read now is the place where he's using lightning, and the grammatical sentence that we have, lightning flashed, as a way of exposing this tendency we have to imagine a cause behind an action where actually the action is the entity. Okay, watch how this goes. Just as I'm in the middle of page 45, about 10 lines down from the first full paragraph. For just as the popular mind separates the lightning from its flash and takes the latter for an action, when we say lightning flashed, we say, okay, the lightning just flashed. We take the flash for an action. We take it, as he says, for the operation of a subject called lightning. The lightning flashed. The subject is lightning. The flash is its action. Just as the popular mind separates the lightning from its flash and takes the latter for an action, for the operation of a subject called lightning, so popular morality also separates strength from expressions of strength. As if there were a neutral substratum behind the strong man. A neutral substratum. The idea that there's some creature back here who is saying, just as we imagine, okay, there's lightning and then there's flash. And he's saying, no, the lightning is the flash. He's saying, we have the same illusion, the same misbegotten idea. There is a person back here who then decides to be strong and do a strong deed. And he's saying that's the same false notion. For just as the popular mind separates the lightning from its flash and takes the latter for an action, for the operation of a subject called lightning, so popular morality also separates strength from expressions of strength. As if there were a neutral substratum behind the strong man, which was free to express its strength or not to do so. Bird of prey, maybe today I will be a predator, or not. But there is no such substratum. Nietzsche says, there is no being behind doing. There is no being behind doing. This is such a hard thought, and it's so important. So just hang with it 5 more minutes, and I'll give you, you'll get a headache by the end of it, but then it'll be over, I promise. Okay? There's no being behind doing, effecting, becoming. There's no being behind doing. There's no person back here doing the doing. The doer is merely a fiction added to the deed. The deed is everything. The doer is merely a fiction added to the deed. The deed is everything. What in God's name is Nietzsche saying? He's saying there is no subject prior to the subject constituted by its action. The subject, the being, is constituted by its action. It's in its action. There is only the subject doing. There is no a priori subject. There's no subject back here prior to the doing. There's not a subject behind the acting subject. There's not an expression separable from the actor. There's no being behind the deed. There's no doer behind the deed. The action is what brings the being into being. The action is what constitutes us. Let me put it another way, because it is a really hard thought, and it's so crucial to getting Nietzsche. The so-called being is always only becoming, which is to say, there's no solidified, established, completed being who then does actions. We are always becoming through our actions. There is only becoming. There's no being prior to the being in its becoming. The actions are what are bringing us into being. These include thinking and desiring and deliberating. Now let's be clear here. This isn't determinism. Nietzsche's not saying what he's not saying. He's not saying actions determine being. He's rather challenging the whole being, becoming, being, doing split that has characterized Western thought until him. He's insisting that we come into existence through our activity, including through our thinking, our speaking, our doing. Our activity is our being. It's not just a choice that we make out of it. There's no I behind our doing. The activity constitutes the I. The I only exists in its activity. There's no essential or preformed I behind our activity. Okay, as I said, this is a really hard thought. We're going to go over it a couple more times in coming weeks. It is a thought that will blow up the entire moral universe of modernity, and Nietzsche knows why. As he says at the bottom of the page, here's what it blows up. Let me give you the implications of it. The insistence that there is a doer behind the deed, that there's a bird behind the bird of prey, that there's a creature behind every action, deciding on every thought and every action and whether to have it or to do it or to feel it. That insistence that there is a doer behind the deed, the one he's rejecting, that insistence is what allows Ressentiment, our old friend, to blame and reproach the strong for being strong. It's what allows Ressentiment to reproach power for being power. And it's what makes subjects accountable. It's what allows us to say, why did you do that to me? How could you have done this to me? It's what produces a figure of a they who make us suffer. And the question Nietzsche's posing is, what if your suffering is not done to you by that they, by the object of your resentment? What if you suffer from your own impotence, your own smallness, for which the strong and the powerful cannot be held to blame? Or, what if there are systems of power directed by no particular they? What if you're suffering from your weakness or your incapacity or accident, a contingency about where you are in that system, for which another is not directly responsible? These questions are unbearable and unacceptable to human beings in a state of ressentiment. They are unacceptable and unbearable because, remember, ressentiment is the emotion of projected cause and blame. They did that to us. They're doing us in. They are the bad ones. Ressentiment is the emotion that leads us to treat strength or power in the world as the cause of our suffering. So what Nietzsche wants to say here is not just that the subject is a fiction. He does say that, but we don't have to go down that road right now. He's saying that the accountable, deliberating subject, the idea of the subject who is understood as always having every choice open to it and as being fully accountable for all of its actions and all of its effects, that subject is indispensable to slave morality becoming triumphant. Because slave morality blames the strong, the healthy, the capable, the powerful for the misery of the weak or the sick or the impotent. But it elevates this blaming to a whole morality in which, again, the strong, the healthy, the capable, the dominant are bad, and the weak shall inherit the earth. The meek. The oppressed, the suffering, they're linked with goodness. Now this fiction, what Nietzsche's calling a fiction of the subject, deceives us both about ourselves and about the nature of power, because part of what Nietzsche's saying is power and strength aren't something optionally held or relinquished. They're not something that exists as a thing that's held. Power is in relations and actions, systems of morality and law. But slave morality and all of its ways of organizing our universe will always attribute power and strength and oppression to persons and to accountable persons, and it will always be bringing them to account. You can see that on page 46. I'm not going to read it to you right now. Let me just conclude. What has the triumph of slave morality added up to? At the very end of section 11, page 43, he gives you a summary. Again, I won't read it. I'll just tell you. He tells us it reduces the beast of prey to a very tame and civilized animal. So part of what Nietzsche is lamenting here is the reduction of greatness, of power, of achievement, of accomplishment in the world. It involves as well the rise of what he calls the tame man, the hopelessly mediocre and insipid man, ill constituted, sickly, weary, dwarfed, atrophied, poisoned, uses all these words. And it also produces for us the very notion of man as morally accountable and upright, well-behaved, living by the rules, as the goal and the zenith of human history. It produces that, what he calls, ill and weak figure, as the goal and the zenith of history. And no wonder Nietzsche says at the very end of section 12 that we have become weary of man. I'm quoting him. We've lost not just our fear of man, but our love of him, our reverence for him, our hopes for him, even the will to him. We are weary of man. Why? Because he thinks that what this morality has done when it triumphs is extinguish everything that is great, that is striving, that is unself-conscious, and what you have left are the laboring sheep or the morally upright accountants. And then he tells you on page 34 how this inversion has finally become victorious, absolutely victorious, triumphant in all dimensions. It is at the heart of liberal democracy with its egalitarianism and accountability. It is at the heart of Christian morality, and it is at the heart of human rights discourse, where suffering and mere existence, mere humanity is itself considered the pious, the good, the true, and so forth. Okay, I have taken you through an enormous amount, but we do have time for questions, and I know you have questions. Sit tight. You can manage for 8 more minutes. Okay? Yes?
2 quick questions. One, you said that sort of Nietzsche's move to go in regarding the lightning, linking being and effect as one. You said that it sort of was unprecedented. It seems that that sort of theoretical move is incredibly similar to Marx's theoretical move in terms of ideology, in terms of being, thought, and life activity. So I was wondering if you could tease out the differences between the two of those. And then quickly, the second question was, it seems like Nietzsche can only imagine morality being evolving sort of in the negative, basically coming out of Ressentiment. Is it the case that Nietzsche ever imagines morality coming out from the noble as a sort of positive, oh, we want to do this?
Yeah. So let me go there first. What I was suggesting is that Nietzsche understands that our morality, remember what genealogy is. It is the history of the present. It is the past of the present, rather, meaning that he is trying to figure out how did we come to have this particular world, these valuations, this way of organizing ourselves. How did this morality triumph? So he's not saying this is the only thing that could have happened. He doesn't ever have that sense of inevitability of history, but he is trying to understand from whence it came. Where did it originate? What developed it? What gave it power? Why could the power of the weak come to triumph over the strong? And it's an alternative story to the triumph of democracy as the truth of the people, the truth of the equal dignity of humankind, the slow recognition that we all are really the same and that rank and class really need to be abolished. It's a very different story, obviously, and so he's trying to tell that story. So in the noble mode of valuation, he does think it's a whole mode of... He does think it's a morality. He does call it a morality. But it's also vulnerable because it is not busy crafting itself in law and in philosophy and in religion and so forth. I mean, it's there. It's there in pagan religion. It's there in, if you sort of, he has as one model both the Roman and the ancient Greek gods, with gods of war and gods of wine and gods of this and gods of that. And, all, kind of affirming life and humanity and mortality and so forth. And so it's there. It's elaborated as a morality, but not with the kind of labyrinthine, scholastic attention and detail that slave morality is. So, yes, he does understand it to be a morality and a quite elaborated one. And he does understand that there could have been other histories. Nietzsche's never one to say this was inevitable. When he says it's all that made human history interesting, he's trying to say something a little different, I think, which is, well, it's how we become complicated, conscience-ridden, philosophically and psychologically elaborated creatures instead of human animals animals up on their hind legs who are running around drinking and having sex and fighting wars and doing speech and deed in this kind of bigger and less introverted, introspective, elaborated way. So it's not inevitability. I don't know if I hit your question. On the Marx-Nietzsche thing, you're absolutely right that not only Marx, but I would even say Aristotle, other thinkers have wrestled with this question of the being-becoming. I mean, it's Plato who gives us the absolute opposition. There's being, and then there's mere becoming, and we're all, wanting being as truth and permanence and so forth. And we do get the other theorists who really try to undo it. When I said that Nietzsche is the one who really goes after the making of the subject, the construction of the subject, the human being in thought as one who thinks there's a subject and then there's choices. There's a subject and then there's acting. You're absolutely right. Marx puts us deep in history. He says, we're not making, the world is not all open to us. We're not simply deciding what to be or what to do and so forth. We are historically produced subjects. And I assume that's what you're getting at, or more or less. But he doesn't go after this particular dimension of kind of moral standing that is attributed to this subject that is so important to Nietzsche, which is the idea that we can be held morally accountable because we could be other than what we are. We are creatures fundamentally of choice, deliberation, and so forth, and that is presumed to be because we presume an a priori, a subject back here who is then deciding what to think, what to do, and so forth. And you're absolutely right. There are other theorists who have approached this problem. It's that Nietzsche goes at it frontally and just takes on the very idea that there is such an a priori subject and that such an a priori subject holds down the whole idea of morality in the West. Yes? You in the purple? Yeah.
This slightly off topic from that question, but
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a lot of phrases where he talks about how nowadays, instead of considering every idea as equal, we should sort, like, along with science, we should sort out which idea stands on top of other, and try to figure out if my idea is too far-fetched.
Nope, you're absolutely right. Darwin's part of the picture for him, and it's one of the reasons that he's really intrigued by thinking about us as animals rather than as the distinctive other to the animal world. There's lots of reasons that he's interested in that, but your idea is not far-fetched at all. It's not that no thinker for Nietzsche will be taken on whole. Everything will be cannibalized and used for his own novel and quite creative way of thinking, but your idea is correct. I think there was another hand up here. Okay, you.
Is the concept of the a priori, the neutral subject, metaphysical one? Is that like our soul?
Great. Is the concept of the a priori subject or the neutral substratum, the idea of the doer behind the deed, is that equivalent to the idea of soul? Nietzsche even says, if you prefer to call it that, call it soul. That is our way of speaking about it today. The idea that there is this soul of the human being that is outside history, outside being, but also that is not constituted through its activity, that is not made through its deed and its way of being. So absolutely, Nietzsche's kind of lining it up with that. But he also knows you could get rid of the religious thinking about soul and still have this creature, which you have in contemporary analytic philosophy and moral theory, that is this a priori being. All right. I'll see you on Tuesday. Keep reading your Nietzsche. All right. All right, let's get started. Today we're going to continue with Nietzsche, the Genealogy of Morals, and we'll be working in the second essay. So let me just remind us very briefly what we did in the first essay. We just touched on one of the arguments in the first essay, namely the importance of slave morality, as Nietzsche calls it, in producing contemporary values and political institutions and subjects. And what we learned there was that what he calls Ressentiment's creative deed, the creative deed of the resentful temperament, the creative deed is to attribute your suffering, a suffering that emanates from weakness or humiliation or impotence or any other kind of felt inadequacy, to attribute your suffering to a morally accountable subject. So you take your suffering, you attribute it to a subject whom you hold morally accountable for it, a subject who could have done otherwise than make you suffer, and you name that subject evil. That subject could be a person, it could be a class, it could be a regime, it could be a race, it could be power itself. The fundamental act, the creative act of ressentiment is to take that suffering that comes from humiliation or weakness or smallness or impotence, various ways Nietzsche has of naming it, and attribute it to another and make the other or the thing or the regime or the race or the power morally accountable, to make it something that could have done other than what it did, and to blame it for your suffering, to make it the source of your suffering. And he tells us that what the triumph of slave morality has added up to, a morality that's generated out of that experience, because it takes that kind of suffering, attributes it to the morally accountable subject, which it then names evil and names itself good. So good and evil now refer to, have as their basic reference, good is that which is weak or downtrodden or oppressed or low, and evil is that which is powerful and strong. And he says the triumph of this kind of morality is that it has reduced the human, a beast of prey, to a tame, civilized animal, but also to a sick, weak, impotent, and self-lacerating one. He refers to the rise of tame man as the rise of hopelessly mediocre and insipid man. Ill-constituted, sickly, weakly, dwarfed, atrophied, poisoned, uses all of these terms. Why? Because this is the creature that attacks its own strength, its own life instincts, just as it attacks the life instincts or the strength of others. It attacks its own energy. It attacks its own expression of will and power and reduces it and moralizes against it. He also notes that the rise of slave morality has set up as an ideal of man not only the man who is not large of purpose and strong and powerful and predatory and overwhelming, but also one who is moral, accountable, and upright. He says, this man is now cast as the goal and zenith of human history. And Nietzsche concludes, no wonder we are weary of man. No wonder we've lost, as he puts it, not just our fear of man, but our love of him. Okay, that's a very compressed summary. If you weren't here last time or if you haven't gotten slave morality yet, you won't get it out of that summary. I'm just reminding us where we've been, because now we're going to move into the second essay. What's Nietzsche doing in the second essay? He's telling another story of how we come to be social or civilized animals. Animals of justice, conscience, and religion. Justice, conscience, and religion, all of which are part of making us into peaceful and tame animals. Now, from our encounter with Nietzsche so far, we know that the story that he's going to tell will not be a progressive story, a story that ends in triumph over a dark and lowly past, a story in which we emerge from worse times into better times, or in which the future opens out before us brightly. We already know not to look for that in Nietzsche from the first essay. And indeed, part of the story in the second essay is a story of how Christianity itself represents what Nietzsche takes to be a deformation of the very process of training and disciplining man as a social animal. How the development of conscience, about which Nietzsche is somewhat ambivalent, just conscience, not yet bad conscience, just conscience, how the development of conscience is transformed by Christianity into permanent bad conscience. Bad conscience that's unable to ever relieve itself of its feeling of badness and guilt. So that's part of the story he's going to tell us here, and it's certainly not a progressive story. It doesn't unfold ever greater freedom or happiness or equality for human beings, as others have told it so far in this course. But we also know from Nietzsche at this point not to expect the simple opposite. It's not going to be a story that is pure fall, pure devolution, pure disaster. Rather, we know Nietzsche considers that the various ways in which the human will turns against life forces, negates life, the various ways in which, as he puts it, we conquer the animal in man and we reject the animal in man and we self-lacerate and we toxify and we make ourselves small and sickly, those things are also that through which we become interesting. So that's Nietzsche's perverse thesis, that all the ways in which we can see historically how we have made man smaller and more sickly and less robust and less proud and less capacious and less powerful are also all the ways in which we have become more creative, more imaginative, more inventive. Put another way, it's through these developments of self-attack, self-laceration, conscience, and so forth, that the various intellectual and artistic riches of civilization are produced, and through which man himself becomes more complex, more deep, more soulful. So, the point is, we're about to enter yet another version of Nietzsche's ambivalence about the history that he's telling, or put another way, Nietzsche's own telling of an ambivalent history. That's a better way of putting it. Nietzsche's own telling of a history which is neither pure progress toward greater and greater good, nor pure devolution, but one which has some exciting things coming out of what is also some terribly sick and disastrous things. So there's going to be a fall. We're going to see the fall of proud, robust, capacious, energetic, animalistic man, but we're not going to see pure regression. Instead, we're going to see new things produced out of man's containment, self-containment and constraint, and so forth. We're going to see inversions and rearrangements, reversals of forces, new interpretations and new developments of the problematic of man. And I mention that because part of what Nietzsche thinks it is to think genealogically, remember that's how he thinks genealogically. We are historical creatures, but that doesn't mean history is simply unfolding toward a predestined purpose. It means that history is full of lots of reversals and inversions and contestations and forces that don't add up to progress or its opposite. He's trying to get out of that narrative altogether, which he considers like a Christian narrative anyway. Either that there was a fall and we just are bad, or that there's just progress toward a redemptive end. He's trying to get out of that. And instead, he's trying to disrupt linear understandings and, above all, distinguish between the origins of particular events or formations and the eventual deployment or effect of certain things. Let me just say that again because it's important to watch for in reading Nietzsche. He wants to make a very strong distinction between an origin of a particular development or event or manifestation, like the origin of conscience or the origin of Christian morality, and their eventual deployment or effect, their uptake by new forces and new possibilities. He doesn't think these things can be tracked linearly or directly. Now, the last thing I want to say, mostly what I'm going to talk today about is part 2 here, bad conscience. But the last thing I want to say to get us oriented to the second essay has to do with a difficult problem of interpretation in the second essay. How is the story told in the second essay related to the story told in the first essay? That's our problem. How is the story that Nietzsche tells in the second essay related to the story of slave morality that we spent last Thursday on? I'm going to give you 2 different views on how to relate them. The first, some interpreters argue that this story that we're getting in the second essay, a story of how we become civilized, conscience-laden creatures, is a story that narrates our move from what Nietzsche calls the archaic battle between noble morality on the one hand and slave morality on the other. The archaic battle that he calls the battle of Rome versus Judea. Rome, ancient Rome, represents noble morality, largeness of purpose, great deeds, great actions. Not a lot of thought. It's not a lot of philosophy coming out of ancient Rome. And not a lot of refined accomplishments, but lots of doing, lots of bloodletting, lots of activity, lots of big buildings, lots of paeans to the greatness of humans and gods, and so forth. That's Rome, noble morality, versus what he calls Judea, representing the antithesis, representing slave morality. So some interpreters argue that what's happening in the second essay narrates a movement from a place where there's a constant battle between these two, although neither morality ever simply prevails, but slave morality kind of structures the order more and more as time goes on. Periodically, Rome erupts. That is, the noble morality erupts, but for the most part, slave morality structures the order. So the interpretation here is that what Nietzsche's offering in essay 2 is a picture of the human being as a social animal, not merely an instinctual animal, but a social animal who now carries the burden of his instincts turned inward. So that would make the story in the second essay the story of what happens after slave morality more or less triumphs. And then the process of, as he puts it, Christianizing culture, increasingly turning ourselves against ourselves, turning our instincts inward, negating life, becoming smaller, more moral, more pious, but also more sickly in his view. It's interpretation 1. This is the story that comes after the effective triumph of slave morality. Interpretation 2 is that the rise of what Nietzsche calls bad conscience, which is what he's going to detail in this essay we're about to enter, actually precedes ressentiment. It's rather what happens as soon as the human animal, as Nietzsche puts it, becomes enclosed within the walls of society and peace. It is coterminous with the beginning of civilization oriented toward a certain routine and peaceful, settled ways of life. As Nietzsche puts it, it would be what happens when, quote, wild, free, and prowling man becomes the slightest bit civilized, which entails repression and entails the turning of instincts that are normally unleashed in the world onto the human being itself. So this interpretation would say, no, this is just another way of slicing into the problem Nietzsche's after. It doesn't come after slave morality. It is rather the story of what happens simply at the moment that human beings really enter society, an entry that is coextensive with guilt and bad conscience, and is what makes slave morality possible in the first place. So just to kind of underscore what I'm doing here. For some readers, the second essay is what happens after slave morality has taken hold, but kind of works to one side of it and develops other dimensions of anti-life morality through guilt and conscience, through things other than ressentiment. And for other scholars, essay 2 is the story of who we are, as Nietzsche puts it, as we walk onto land. It's an intrinsic part of being human together, and it abets slave morality. Now, there's no obvious way to settle this dispute. I have some views, but they're not that important at this point. The larger point is that because Nietzsche is so intentionally non-chronological at some moments, because this book is very much structured by a descent into his problems, indeed by the problem he's studying, but it's structured by multiple routes of descent and inroads into a problem. It's not just a story that he's telling. It's a series of different angles on the problem. So if the first essay is structured by the question, how do we get our notion of good and evil? And why does their origin remain so elusive to us? And what kind of human beings do the notions, the Judeo-Christian notions of good and evil, what kind of human beings do they make in their image? The second book could be said to be about how do we acquire guilt and bad conscience, which themselves are so fundamental to the structuring of morality. Where does guilt and bad conscience come from? We're not born with it. We don't arrive on this world feeling guilty and full of bad conscience. So where does it come from, and what kind of men and institutions does bad conscience produce? What kind of life world, what kind of outlook? And these two essays then obviously are related. They're both trying to figure out where do certain aspects of what he's calling the history of morality, meaning the history of Christian morality, come from. Okay, so that's just to get you oriented to some of the problems and thinking about the second essay. Let's move into it now directly. you might want to have your books out. I'm not going to work too intensely on the text till the end, but I am going to start there. So we're going to start with section 1, page 57. Very first sentence. Very weird first sentence of the second essay. Nietzsche says, to breed an animal with the right to make promises. First sentence, page 57. To breed an animal with the right to make promises, is not this the paradoxical task that nature has set itself in the case of man? Is it not the real problem regarding man? What in heaven's name is Nietzsche's interest in the promising being? Why be concerned with the question of promises? Well, let's start by going back a little bit to the structure of the sentence, which is actually quite well translated for the most part. To breed an animal with the right to make promises. Nietzsche is not saying we arrive on earth as promising beings. In fact, we already know that not to be true from the first essay. Our initial capacity is doing, not promising. It's acting. It's energetic. It's living. So what he tells us in this first sentence is that nature has set itself a paradoxical task. Paradox, one of those words, against the doxy, against the truth, but also multiple yet incommensurable truths. Multiple yet incommensurable truths. So paradox, truths that undo each other, even as they also illuminate each other. Multiple but incommensurable truths also displaces the very idea of truth. So paradox works against the truth by multiplying it and by splaying it, by putting it into tension. Yet it also sets out a truth. It's a paradoxical truth. So, in short, there's a really complicated, internally uneasy and conflicted task here. The paradoxical task that nature has set itself in the case of man is breeding an animal with the right to make promises. Somehow this animal must be bred. It's a task. It's not a given. It's not a natural condition. It has to be bred. It has to be bred out of its own genetic material somehow. So we've got this animal, and out of what it is, we have to breed its capacity, its right to make promises. And the very term right also reminds you that there's something of a civilized product and project here. Not inbred, not natural. Note, too, this task of breeding an animal with the right to make promises is never going to be smooth. Even at the end, the paradox will remain its structure. All right, so nature has set a problem for itself and for us that becomes our problem. There's a way in which we are, as it were, a permanent problem to ourselves, and that's one of those features of the 19th century that I insisted we would greet from the beginning of this course and over again. This promising animal is to be bred from its genetic material. This promising animal is going to be the product of a certain history and will itself inaugurate a certain history. And this animal will also always be inside this history itself. It's always going to be changing and changed by the history that it inaugurates. I'm just going to pause here a little longer. We're getting a picture here of Nietzsche's deep de-essentializing of human beings. De-essentializing. What do I mean by that? That is that despite all the talk of natures in Nietzsche, the nature of the blonde beast, the nature of the strong, the nature of the weak, the nature of races, master and slave, and so forth, and all the talk of instinct, despite all that, Nietzsche is positing a human being with no essential and unchanging nature. There's no essence at the heart of the human being. There is rather a human being who is fundamentally historical. It's okay. Fundamentally, you woke us all up. It's a fundamentally historical being, a being who is made in history and is historically transformed. A creature, to put it another way, who is terribly plastic, who can literally be refashioned through the organization and internalization of certain values and ideals, certain practices, and even its own desires can be reorganized and rerouted and reconceived, rethought, and redirected. Its own energies and drives and instincts can go in different ways and make it a different subject depending upon which way those energies and desires and instincts go. So Nietzsche's positing a human history that is itself transformative of this changeable creature and transformed by this changeable creature. And in that sense, he is a bit of a cousin to Marx. Remember, Marx also said, we make our own history, but this history also makes us. It's always a human thing, as Nietzsche said. He ceases to look for things behind the world. It's human beings who are making this history, but it's also making us. It's not radically in our own control. The point I want to really underscore here is for Nietzsche, there are no constants in history and no constants in man. And it's important to underscore because Nietzsche often seems to be saying the opposite. He often seems to be saying, we just are basically creatures of a will to power, or we just are creatures where the struggle is between the strong and the weak, Rome against Judea. So the question is, how can he be saying both? How can he say there's no constants in human nature and in history, and at the same time say stuff like, it's always Rome against Judea, or it's always a struggle of the strong and the weak? The way he can say both is that these seeming persistent thematics, the strong versus the weak, noble morality versus slave morality, they have a literally infinite number of forms. So the will to power, which he does believe is always present in humans, the will to do, the will to make, the will to be, the will to power, always present in humans, is not just one thing. It wears lots of different faces. It has many different possible projects or modalities. There's a will to power in slave morality. Remember that will to power that was trying to take the strong down, was reproaching them and morally railing against them, holding them accountable. And there's also a will to power in noble morality, in the nobles, in that physical, effervescent, animalistic doing. There's a will to power in priests, and there's a will to power in scholars, in women and in men, in philosophy, in art, in politics. And these wills to power produce different kinds of beings and social forms and histories and effects. So Nietzsche will seem to be saying often it all comes down to X and Y, but X and Y themselves are non-identical with themselves. They're infinitely plastic. They're infinite in their possible forms. Okay, let's go back to promise-making. What is so important about promise-making? Why does nature set itself the task of breeding an animal with the right to make promises? Well, the first thing Nietzsche tells us is that the ability to make promises, our ability to promise, to simply say, I promise you that I will show up at class every Tuesday and Thursday at 12:30, to be able to say that requires overcoming something crucial in animals: forgetfulness. Forgetfulness, he quickly moves to say, makes us strong and happy. Remember the noble nature of the first essay. Nothing much ever stuck on him or stuck in him. He was way too busy doing and willing and acting to be bothered with what had happened yesterday or the week before or the year before. Forgetfulness, Nietzsche tells us, is not just a passive accident. It is an active state. It's life-affirming. It's about living in the moment. It's about the opposite of grudge-holding and rancor. Grudge-holding, obviously, is the absolute opposite of forgetfulness. You just hang on. You remember every detail of how you were wronged. Bitterness, regret, all of those things are the opposite of forgetfulness. And forgetfulness is, therefore, an active state that he tells us on page 58 is at the bottom of all happiness, all cheerfulness, all hope, and all pride. The ability to dwell in the present itself depends upon our capacity to forget, to not have that which has happened to us stick to us. Put the other way around. If we didn't have the ability to forget, we would all be just one long, grieving, raging, self-pitying mess of injury. You'd just be stuck with all the really bad, hurtful, painful things that have ever happened to you, emotionally, physically, socially, psychologically. You'd be permanently stuck in middle school. Some of us are. All right. So promise making is related to memory. That much we know so far. And requires somehow overcoming what he considers almost our natural state, forgetfulness. And it also is going to work against our happiness and our strength. Because we just learned forgetfulness is what lets us just get out there and do stuff. Not be bogged down in our grudges and our rancor and our resentment and our smallness and our injury and so forth. So promise making is related to memory, getting over our forgetfulness, and that works against our happiness and strength. But what does promise making work for? Why do we need to become promising animals in the first place? Well, what Nietzsche tells us on page 58 is that promise making has to do with connecting the will to memory. How does this work? He starts speaking of the memory of the will in terms of an effort to persist in a desire and in the realization of the desire. Let me say it again. Memory of the will pertains to our effort to have something we want, a desire. It could be as simple as tracking prey in a forest. It could be as complex as getting into an excellent school for your education. And he suggests that in order to persist in a desire and realize a desire, you have to have a memory accompanying the will. As he puts it, you have to have an active desire not to rid yourself of an impression or a desire. An active desire to hang on to your impression or desire. What does this kind of memory do for us? What's Nietzsche getting at here? What he says is memory is what connects the initial I want with the enactment of the will. I will have it. Or what he sometimes calls the discharge of the will. It makes the I want into an I will. So, I want this. In order to have this, I have to do a bunch of things. I'll discern how to do those things. I won't get distracted by a whole bunch of other things that crop up in the moment in order to have the thing that I want. Now, this all sounds kind of fussy and not that interesting. It's a very tiny accomplishment Nietzsche's trying to name here. The connecting of the desire with the capacity to enact that desire as will, as willing, as actually making your will come true. But that tiny accomplishment, Nietzsche says, is crucial. Why? It creates the foundation of what he calls a sovereign being, a being who has sovereignty over itself, by which he means, literally, you have the power to rule yourself, to enact what you want, to do what you say you will do, to bring into being what you desire. To say what you're going to do and then do it. To make your will come true. That is an act of sovereignty in all senses of the word. It gives you power over yourself and power to make your will come true. If you don't have it, somebody else is sovereign over you. Somebody else makes their will come true through you. Now stay with this, because there's still a little bit more to understand why promising is so important. This continuity that Nietzsche is describing, that is established between a statement, I want, and an act, I will do X in order to satisfy my want, allows for the possibility also of a being, a creature, who can stand for itself through time. Or as he puts it sometimes, stand securely or security for itself. So when I say to you, I'll be here every Tuesday and Thursday at 12:30, you presume that I actually have the capacity to make that come true, that I can make that promise in time and deliver on that promise. And what Nietzsche is aware of is that no other animal has this. This is a human thing, this promising business. This ability to remember and persist in my desire or my commitment or my promise and deliver on it no matter the other distractions that come along. Sure, there are contingencies that might break the promise, but the ability to promise and assume that we have the capacity to deliver the promise is something no other animal has, and something, he says, that previous forms of man also lacked. They can't promise. They especially can't promise if they're busy being forgetful. If they're busy out there doing and acting and being their big, large, capacious selves. Now this promising being, which we're going to see the payoff for in a moment, who's also increasingly sovereign over itself, has the capacity to deliver what it says it will deliver. This promising being also introduces the idea of becoming responsible. Becoming one who, as Nietzsche puts it, gives his word as something that can be relied on because he knows himself to be able to maintain it in the face of accidents. All right, so what do we have so far? Let's just pick it up and review it. From memory, introducing the idea of memory, which sacrifices all those marvelous benefits of forgetting, happiness, hope, pride in the present, delight at just being alive, living in the world without being self-conscious. Now we've got memory. It sacrifices some of those benefits of forgetting. But from it we have achieved sovereignty over ourselves, a capacity for self-representation. I can represent myself as a person who will do what I say I will do. And we have responsibility. We have become, as Nietzsche puts it, somber, moral, self-legislating, and accountable beings. Indeed, from section 2 of essay 2, we have even more. We have what Nietzsche calls the ripest fruit of this long process, the contemporary sovereign individual. Proud of his autonomy and self-mastery, his individuality, feeling free because he has mastered himself, because he is in control of himself. And Nietzsche's here describing us to ourselves through our own contemporary valuation of ourselves. We take the promising being to be the mature form of ourselves. You don't get to be anointed with maturity until you are someone who can keep your promises and become reliable. You were told that over and over again from the age of 10 to 18. You don't get to be counted among the mature until you can represent yourself as able to do what you say you will do. But this animal, Nietzsche says, is so radically transformed by this process. We now have to see just what the price was. To become such a being, Nietzsche says, man himself must become calculable and regular to others and to himself. So a promising being, one who has sovereignty over itself, keeps its promises, or is capable of promising, is a relentlessly social being, one produced through what Nietzsche calls, and I'm quoting, the morality of mores and the social straitjacket. A being who is accountable for himself is also a being who is accountable to others and predictable to others. A being, in short, who has fallen from strength and instinct, from spontaneity and impulse. This being is quite the opposite. And yet, this calculability, this socialization, this regularization, this is not where Nietzsche's going with his critique. This is not what he's upset about. Rather, he asks a question out of this. How was it achieved? How was this animal, with the ability to make promises and stand for itself and become calculable and regular and predictable, how was it achieved? And is it possible to get such an animal with this kind of regularity of the will and continuity of the will, this responsible, self-representing being? Is it possible to get such an animal without it paying a very severe price? Now, in section 3, Nietzsche returns to the problem of memory. We're going to try to track this price now. That thing that has to be bred or created, and he asks again, how was it done? How did we make creatures of memory out of the human being, the being that at its healthiest and most robust is forgetful? Nietzsche offers a very sober answer. The way you breed an animal with a memory is through the administration of pain and suffering. As he puts it, if something is to stay in the memory, it must be burned in. Only that which never ceases to hurt stays in the memory. What's Nietzsche doing? He's relying on our most basic understanding of animal behavior and human psychology, namely, and he's relying on it for a philosophical point. The point that the understanding that he's relying on is this: any creature severely burned or injured by something, animal or human, will remember the experience vividly and probably avoid repeating it. Anything that was really terrible is far more vivid in our memory than lovely things. So the everyday happinesses are not always quite so strong in our memories of our childhood, but what is really clear are those horribly painful, humiliating, disappointing, or devastating moments. That's what you can draw up and will never forget. What's Nietzsche's point? That pain is what generates memory, and that pain turned to a more general formation or formulation of terror, fear, I don't want that to happen again, is what attends all promises. It's what makes the will regular and calculable. It's what makes us capable of persisting in an intention regardless of what pops up along the way. To remember something is to be terrified of the consequences of forgetting. It's to recall, even unconsciously, the pain that stamped this memory in the mind. All right, so what do we have so far? We have pain producing memory. Memory, in turn, producing a certain persistence and regularity or calculability of the will. And that, in turn, producing a promising, responsible, sovereign being. So that's what we have so far. We have pain producing memory, memory generating the possibility of being a promising or self-representing, persistent, responsible human being. It's interrupting all that spontaneity and impetuousness and life affirmation that is, as it were, natural to us. But what do we not yet have hold of? What we don't have, what we're trying to chase down here, is specifically conscience. Because what we're seeking is the moralization of this chain of events, the approval, the moral standing of this kind of creature. We're not just looking for its literal behavioral side. We're not just looking for the way it has to be reproduced over and over again. Rather, what we're looking for is the elevation of this production of pain generating memory, generating a responsible, upright, sovereign creature, the production of that into an ideal, of a high shared value. Put another way, what we're trying to figure out, what Nietzsche's trying to figure out, is what makes human beings, the human animal, into conscience-ridden creatures who don't have to be routinely beaten or mutilated for them to become upright and responsible and moral. How does it become an internal mechanism? How does it get to be part of who we are in our natures, in our psychic natures? How does this pain-generating, memory-generating, responsible, upright human beings become part of the fabric of the human psyche? So what we're going to look for next, what Nietzsche's going to look for next, is the effects of non-physical pain, non-corporeal suffering in producing this being. We're going to look for the ways in which human beings become capable of delivering the effects of pain to themselves rather than having to be hurt or punished from the outside or banged up in the external world. But again, we're not going to get the results of this story immediately, because what Nietzsche introduces next is a fascinating excursion into the origins of guilt and punishment. And you don't know why the first time you read him. Why is he introducing guilt and punishment here? But you just have to stay with him, because the story's all going to add up at the end, or at least he thinks it is. So, we need to go next to guilt and punishment. What is the origin of guilt and punishment? The origin of punishment, he tells us, punishment meted out for someone's guilt, is the creditor-debtor relation. It's the relationship between someone who has lent out credit and someone who has a debt. And he does this through his usual etymological discovery of these words having this original meaning, and what he tells us is that the failure to repay a debt that is due to a creditor awakens the desire for compensation in the creditor. The creditor wants to be compensated. I lent you this, or I gave you that, and you didn't give it back, or you didn't do what you said you would do, and so I need to be compensated for what has been taken from me. And what Nietzsche says is this compensation is originally taken through infliction of injury. Punishment, the origin of punishment, begins here. It doesn't begin with our contemporary ideas about rehabilitating the criminal or the wrongdoer, or letting the criminal or the wrongdoer know that she or he is unacceptable to society and so forth. That would be, to project that onto the origin of punishment would be to be participating in that democratic prejudice we learned we weren't supposed to have in thinking about origins. Instead, what Nietzsche says, again, arriving at this etymologically, the original meaning of words, and also studying original punishments, old punishments, is that failure to repay a debt due entitles the creditor to extract some recompense from the one that has wronged him, And what the creditor gets out of this, Nietzsche says, shockingly, is the pleasure that you obtain through just unleashing your will on another. Hence, Nietzsche points to all these horrible, brutal punishments. He has a whole list of them that the creditor gets to mete out, whether it's extracting a pound of flesh, or whether it's dragging somebody behind a wagon, or whether it's racking them on the wheel, or other things. And Nietzsche even hints that you can sometimes see this among young children. One child breaks another's toy or steals the parent's affection, and what does the other do? Metes out a punishment that is basically physical or psychic cruelty, sometimes rather elaborate physical or psychic cruelty, wreaking its will on the other. Sections 5 and 6 of the second essay are devoted to the insistence that this cruelty, this venting of one's power on another who has to take it because they owe a debt they can't pay, this venting of one's power on another is, Nietzsche says, a form of pleasure for the creditor. And that's how the debt gets balanced. Why is Nietzsche off in this territory? Because this rethinking of the origin of punishment, thinking about punishment as originally being about righting the balance of guilt or balancing debts, this rethinking of punishment gives a different understanding to guilt itself than we are used to. Guilt's not a psychic state here. It's the failure to keep your promise. It's the failure to uphold your end in a contract, tacitly or explicitly made. It's to be guilty of a crime, but not to be suffused yet with guilt as a person. It's only to have failed a debt to another or to society. And in fact, Nietzsche says, originally punishment doesn't produce conscience in the subject. It doesn't produce submission. As he says, punishment makes men hard and cold. It sharpens their feelings of alienation. It strengthens their powers of resistance. So punishment does not convert guilt as a failure to fulfill promises into guilt as a psychic or social state. It doesn't produce conscience by itself. So how does guilt come to have its contemporary incarnation? How does it come to be a miserable psychic state? And here we finally come on the production of bad conscience. And now what we're going to do in these next 5 minutes is draw all of the strands of today's lecture together. So if you're feeling like, God, I have no idea why she started with this thing and ended with this thing, we're going to pull them all together. We're going to come upon the production of bad conscience, where we are going to connect willing, promising and memory, and willing and guilt and punishment with pain and memory and so forth. So let us look on page 84, section 16. Very beginning of section 16. Nietzsche says, top of page 84. At this point, I can no longer avoid giving a first provisional statement of my own hypothesis concerning the origin of the bad conscience. It may sound rather strange and needs to be pondered, lived with, and slept on for a long time. Again, his warning about how to read him. Just take the provocation and then just mull it over. I regard the bad conscience as the serious illness man was bound to contract under the stress of the most fundamental change he ever experienced, that change which occurred when he found himself finally enclosed within the walls of society and peace. The situation that faced sea animals when they were compelled to become land animals or perish was the same as that which faced these semi-animals, that's man before he enters a world of enclosure and peace, well adapted to the wilderness, war, prowling adventure. Suddenly all their instincts were disvalued and suspended. All those big, large, predatory, magnificent instincts in his view. From now on, these new animals had to walk on their feet and bear themselves. And he means that in every sense of the word. We have to literally bear ourselves emotionally and physically, bear up, be burdened by ourselves, stand ourselves, and so forth. Suddenly these animals had to walk on their feet and bear themselves, whereas hitherto they had been borne by the water. He's doing an analogy here that's kind of complicated about our lightness and our ease. A dreadful heaviness lay upon them. They felt unable to cope with the simplest undertakings. In this new world, they no longer possess their former guides, their regulating unconscious and infallible drives. Those are our old guides. Just depend on your instincts, your drives, and so forth. Now, they're reduced to thinking, inferring, reckoning, coordinating cause and effect. These unfortunate creatures. They were reduced to their consciousness, their weakest and most fallible organ. So instead of our instincts, instead of our drives, we're now calculating and reckoning and dealing with our consciousness. I believe there's never been such a feeling of misery on earth, such a leaden discomfort, and at the same time, the old instincts had not suddenly ceased to make their usual demands. So here we are, trying to be upright and engage with one another and civil and social, and at the same time, these old, big, wild instincts are still making their demands. Only it was hardly and rarely possible to humor them, these old instincts. As a rule, they had to seek new and, as it were, subterranean gratifications. So what's Nietzsche saying? That enclosed within the walls of society and peace, we go from instinct to deliberation and calculation, from drives and energy to reckoning, from lightness and spontaneity to heaviness. But the instincts aren't vanquished. They're driven underground. They're turned against human beings themselves. Let's read on. All instincts that do not discharge themselves outwardly turn inward. This is what I call the internalization of man. Thus it was that man first developed what was later called his soul. The entire inner world, our world of interiority, originally as thin as if it was stretched between two membranes. We're not very, and he's saying in the beginning, we're not very self-conscious. We're not preoccupied with ourselves. We're just doing, we're acting, we're in the world. You can see this in babies and toddlers and so forth. They're not sitting there contemplating, reckoning, and so forth. They're just out there pushing the limits. The entire inner world expanded and extended itself, acquired depth and breadth and height in the same measure as outward discharge was inhibited. So as the instincts are thwarted or frustrated or contained, we ourselves become more complicated and big and deep and so forth. But those fearful bulwarks with which the political organization protected itself against the old instincts of freedom, punishment, belong among those bulwarks, brought about that all those instincts of wild, free, prowling men turned backward against man himself. And here's the bottom line, as it were. Hostility, cruelty, joy in persecuting and attacking, all our hunting and wild and wreaking our will on the world kind of instincts, in change and destruction, all this turned against the possessors of such instincts. That is the origin of bad conscience. Again, what is Nietzsche saying? Bad conscience, in its beginnings, is the effect of the punishing instinct turned inward. The pleasure that the creditor takes in wreaking its will on the debtor as payment for what wasn't paid, that's now turned inward. It's summed up at the end of section 17, page 87. Very last piece of section 7. Nietzsche says, this instinct for freedom forcibly made latent, an instinct for freedom forcibly made latent, so it's still there, but now it's unactualized, it's suppressed, it's disavowed, it's passive and contained. This instinct for freedom, forcibly made latent, pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within. So this instinct for freedom is now literally imprisoned inside the being, but it's still alive, and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself. So that festival of cruelty that is represented in punishment is now turned against oneself. Nietzsche concludes, that and that alone is what bad conscience is in its beginnings. Okay. Now, hopefully, we see why Nietzsche has taken us on this long, strange, and circuitous journey. Why we had to start with memory and forgetting, with the origins and nature of punishment. He wanted to show us that conscience, what we call conscience, is no natural thing. And that bad conscience, or what he calls the permanent bad conscience of Christian morality, is not merely some natural expression of failing to be a good person. Rather, what is bad conscience? It mobilizes the pain that produces memory. It mobilizes the guilt that represents bad debt. And it mobilizes the pleasure of the creditor in abusing the debtor. But all this happens inside the individual. So let me just say that sentence again, because that's like the one-sentence version of where we've been for the last hour. Bad conscience mobilizes the pain that produces memory. It mobilizes the guilt that represents bad debt. It mobilizes the pleasure of the creditor in abusing the debtor. But now all this happens inside the individual. The human instinct for life, for freedom, for power, for wreaking its will on the world is now turned against the human being itself as the instincts are contained and restrained and repressed. What Nietzsche is saying, and putting it another way, is that we humans are by nature creatures of will. We are form givers. We are by nature filled with a will to power. It takes lots of different expressions and different forms. But our freedom, our magnificence, our pleasure as human beings is to wreak our will on the world. And again, if you just look at, little toddlers, they may sit quietly for a little bit, but they are also making themselves in the world, doing things in the world. And if you hand them a toy and they start banging it on something, that's part of that wreaking of the will. And if they start smashing it to bits, that's also part of that wreaking of the will. It's not inherently bad. They will learn that it's bad, but it's not inherently bad. We are by nature form givers, by nature filled with a will to power, with a desire to wreak our power in the world. And that, for Nietzsche, is our freedom. That's our magnificence, our pleasure, when we forsake this as a life form. And he knows we must forsake it as a life form to be civilized creatures. When that happens, this will to power, this desire to wreak our will on the world, this pleasure in doing so, lives on in us by turning against us, by turning us against ourselves. We still are form givers, but now we're giving form to ourselves. We vent our pleasure in power and in cruelty on ourselves. So now our pleasure and our satisfaction lies in self-attack, self-beratement, self-reproach, which for many starts the moment you get up and goes on all night long in your dreams as well. We say no to ourselves. We berate and persecute ourselves. We take joy in making ourselves suffer for infinite numbers of failings, mistakes, and inadequacies. And Nietzsche says this is the beginning of human history. Man turned against himself. This is the paradoxical creature that is man, or the paradoxical problem of man. Nietzsche says this is the, as he puts it, the womb of all ideal and imaginative phenomena, all artistry. Man makes artistry on himself. And it's literally what produces the soul, the idea of the soul. The soul is, he tells us, what a certain violent artistry produces when it takes the self as its own object. So for him, the soul and the psyche are fabulous productions of this turn of our instincts inward. They're also, of course, terrible and immiserating ones. Okay. So what Nietzsche has told us in this essay is a story of how the impulse for what we today might call aggression or hostility or attack or destruction are all turned against man, turned inward in man, as the inevitable consequence of his taming or civilizing of himself. And thus he concludes, man makes himself suffer, and man suffers from himself as the price of becoming civilized. We'll just read one more section together. It's page 85, section 16. I'm on the first full paragraph. The man, let's see if that's where I want to read. Yeah. The man who, from lack of external enemies and resistances, forcibly confined to the oppressive narrowness and punctiliousness of custom, impatiently lacerated, persecuted, gnawed at, assaulted, and maltreated himself. This animal, he's describing us, this animal that rubbed itself raw against the bars of its cage as one tried to tame it, this deprived creature, racked with homesickness for the wild, who had to turn himself into an adventure, a torture chamber, an uncertain and dangerous wilderness. He's describing our psyches. This is what we do. We turn ourselves into an adventure, a torture chamber, a wildness. This fool, this yearning and desperate prisoner, became the inventor of bad conscience. But thus began the gravest and uncanniest illness from which humanity has not yet recovered, man's suffering of himself. Now, he tells us that this situation originally was brought about by a break or a leap or a compulsion or an ineluctable disaster. Originally, it comes about with the conquering of one people by another, but he says it doesn't remain limited to the conquered. It becomes our collective way of life. It becomes the beginning of all human history. And he says, also on 85, that as a result, the earth is never the same once this has happened. All right, I'm going to stop there. Next time, we'll be talking about God and religion and ascetic ideals, but let me take your questions about this particular story. Yes?
So when you talk about the punishments of the past and how cruel they were, for him, that's a more authentic expression of how humanity should be, versus now you turn it inwards.
Okay, so this is a good question. When he talks about the punishments of the past and how cruel they were, the sort of covering people with honey and putting them out in the sun to let the flies get them, or turning them on the rack, or extracting a pound of flesh, all of that, is he advocating that? No, he's not advocating it. He's using it for insight. He's using it for the knowledge. Why did human beings do this? I mean, he's just asking, what was that about? It clearly wasn't to rehabilitate the prisoner. And it clearly wasn't to produce conscience in the prisoner. So what were what he calls these festivals of cruelty about? And that what he's deciphering from that is that these festivals of cruelty must have been gratifying something in the human will. There must be a desire, not so much to make the other suffer, but just to do what you want to somebody. He's not even advocating that, but he is aware that if there is that desire in human beings, once those instincts are curtailed and contained, they must turn around and aim themselves at us at ourselves. So he's not advocating that those ancient forms of cruelty. He's not applauding them as, this is the way we should live. He's just taking the measure of them. He's taking note. If this is what happens where human beings are giving full rein to their instincts, and if this is the origin of punishment and guilt, then once it's internalized, once we are self-punishing, and once we become guilty, once we're all guilty, then we must be aiming that kind of thing at ourselves. We're no longer doing it by literally putting ourselves on the rack, although, some people do. But he's saying we must be doing it psychically. We are engaged in just relentless self-laceration. I'm so bad. I should have stayed up all night last night reading Nietzsche, and instead I did something else. And I should have, this morning, gotten up early and go to exercise, and instead I did something else. And I ate too much, or I didn't eat enough, or I didn't say hello to her, or I did say hello to her, or whatever. That we are just in a constant discourse of all the ways in which we are bad. We're just chewing on ourselves all the time. And he's saying that chewing on ourselves, that self-laceration, that bottomless guilt, that bottomless self-punishment is the result of these instincts turning from an outward expression, free, wild, out there stuff, to being turned back on ourselves.
So would he praise a hedonist?
Would he praise a hedonist? Give me more.
Someone who never denies anything.
So it's not so much that he's saying we should indulge all of our desires, but again, what he's trying to get at is the ways in which we have made ourselves miserable and sickly. So it's not so much, he's looking for life forms. He thinks it is possible to have life forms in which we're not necessarily sacking one another all the time or indulging ourselves all the time, but in which there is, as it were, affirmations of this side of humanity, affirming humanity as something that at its best is big and prowling and wild and desiring to give form to the world. And we might want to say, let's not beat up vulnerable small things while we do that, but still affirm this side of us rather than what he thinks has happened, which is condemning it altogether and turning it against ourselves and turning it inward. So it's not so much hedonism as trying to figure out what happens with human energies and human instincts that are condemned, moralized, Christianized, in the way back.
This genealogy of conscience, it seems at odds with both the slave morality,
At odds with what?
both the slave morality and the picture of the nobleman. Neither of those archetypes seem to be overly self-critical. So I'm a little bit, I'm having a little bit of trouble trying to
Great.
rectify that.
Great. So how would we put together slave morality? It's certainly not commensurate with noble morality. This bad conscience. He says there can be a little conscience in the noble, because the noble will have regard for other nobles and have regard for ways of being. Might even be knightly and aristocratic and so forth. There can be a little code of morality. It's just not condemning life instincts. So you're absolutely right that this creature of bad conscience doesn't quite seem, certainly not commensurate with the noble. And you're also suggesting it doesn't seem commensurate with slave morality. So let's see if we can put it together with slave morality a little bit. Nietzsche doesn't develop slave morality through the idiom of conscience. You're exactly right. Instead, it's developed through the idea of ressentiment and rancor and moralization against the strong. So the reason I started out by saying we have to figure out where does this story fit, it's compatible with a slave morality in the sense that one of the things that slave morality is doing is reproaching strength, moralizing against it, and presumably even possibly outlawing its free expression. That is, instead insisting on egalitarianism, rule of law, civil, peaceful, pacific ways of life. So the compatibility or the convergence might be that slave morality reproaches strength and bad conscience is the literal enactment of that reproach in an everyday way. Does that help?
Yeah, so the conscience is kind of imposed on the lower class by the
Yeah, so they have to be condemned and taken down for their appetites and their largeness of power and how should we say it, aspirations, but also ways of wreaking their will on the world. So one might even say you could see this, if you wanted to just stay inside a Nietzschean frame, in the attacks on a Henry Kissinger or a Dominique Strauss-Kahn for just having their way with the women they want to have their way with, doing what they want to do, taking what they want to take, living in that way. And that wouldn't be for Nietzsche the highest sign of noble morality, but at least it represents that appetitiveness and so forth. And then you see a morality kind of move in against that says, how dare you? How could you be like that? That's wrong and unacceptable and indeed criminal. And we might, I'm not saying this would be the only way you could invoke Nietzsche here, but we might see a Nietzschean defense that just says, and in fact we have seen a Nietzschean defense from many politicians, including Dominique Strauss-Kahn's wife as well as Kissinger himself, which is, politics is a great aphrodisiac. It's a world where it's all about wreaking your will. It's all about doing what you want. It's all about, having your way in the world, and that's how it works. Other questions or thoughts? Yeah.
Even though I've seen Nietzsche lamenting the loss of the instinctual man, and it really seemed working for his return, so is this return possible, or is the victory of Judea so complete that it's not possible? Or, on the other hand, the fact that it might become an interesting animal now, a reason why the instinctual man should.
Okay. This is a really open question with Nietzsche, and I'll just repeat it for everybody. I'll give a version of, you gave a subtle account, and I'll make it less subtle. Nietzsche's lamenting the loss of the instinctual man, but is he really hoping for his return, or is it kind of a loss that's more like a lament about civilization itself, or a lament about the total triumph of Judea? Is it or does he even think it's possible? This is a really open question. There are many different readings of Nietzsche in this respect, and different according to different texts that get emphasized. Sometimes Nietzsche does seem to be calling for something like a return, not in a generalized morality, but in the notion of the Übermensch, the overman, the one who is big and strong and self-certain about powers and capacities and so forth, and not so rule-abiding and not so moralistically self-lacerating and self-contained. But that doesn't look like a return of the whole morality. That looks like a return of a kind of heroic or individual figure. Sometimes it seems like Nietzsche is trying to argue for an affirmation, or when he says history has been Rome against Judea, more or less Judea has won, but maybe Rome pops up now and then. Judea really was triumphant, he thinks, in the French Revolution, equality, liberty, fraternity, but maybe there's still some possibilities. Maybe what we have in Nietzsche is just hoping for breathing a little of this affirmation of noble morality back into the air, even if it's basically been vanquished by contemporary Christian or democratic morality. Another possibility is that Nietzsche is simply giving us a diagnosis, but not any kind of prescription at all for the present. And there's still some more that I'm forgetting at the moment. So your question, I'm just saying, is in a way it's not a decidable question, I think, with Nietzsche. I think there are lots of different ways to read him. That he's trying to affirm something that's not very easy to affirm in the present, but he thinks it's worth affirming anyway. Or he's just trying to tell us why we're so sickly empathetic. What's wrong with we think we're the triumph of Western history, the end of its great trajectory. It's concluded in democracy and equality and civility and so forth, and he's actually telling us we're at the end of a long series of disasters. Or he's looking for the possibility of cultivating, as Mill was in a way, exceptional individuals. So all of those are possibilities. One more question. Totals. Yes? How much pleasure what?
Pleasure can play a part in either impacting memory or obviously pain is very important. Where can pleasure play a role?
So it's a really great question. So pain is what produces memory. But pleasure is the sign of an affirmation of life. And yet, a new kind of pleasure takes hold once we become self-lacerating creatures. And part of what Nietzsche is describing is a self-laceration that becomes its own form of pleasure. We wreak our will on ourselves. We are never capable of exculpating or exonerating our debt. There's no way out of it. It just digs deeper and deeper and deeper, and because debt can never be paid in that way. So there's pleasure in the continual punishment. But Nietzsche does not make pleasure a site of part of this original chain. That's a chain downward. It's all a kind of fall from pleasure. But I would argue, I guess maybe this is what you're pointing to, that pleasure resurfaces at the other end, where now we are all sadomasochists in a way. And on that note, go have a great weekend. No, I'll see you on Thursday. It's only Tuesday. So, today's our last day with Nietzsche. But wait till you get to Freud. You'll long for Nietzsche. What I'd like to do is just review for a minute where we've been, and then move into the third essay. So, in the first essay, we watched man turn against what Nietzsche calls the true value of man, the magnificence of man. We saw the development of a moralizing against the force, the instincts of what Nietzsche calls strong or beautiful or noble natures. And we saw that moralizing issue from weakness, which becomes ressentiment, which in turn becomes reproach. And we saw the will to power in the resentful, the weak, the humiliated, the impotent. We saw the will to power in them take the form of what Nietzsche calls a brilliant reproach of strength. A reproach of strength simply for being strong, a reproach of power as such, condemnation of power, moral elevation of the powerless, the weak, the needful. Nietzsche also says the impotent, the mediocre. The revenge against the strong, Nietzsche says, comes from one of the moves that Ressentiment makes, which is to attribute one's suffering to some cause in another, some deliberate or intentional act, some cause that didn't need to be, that could have been otherwise, that had a choice. So the revenge against the strong or the powerful in the form of a moral reproach is also the foundation of the very idea of moral accountability. The powerful don't have to be powerful. They don't have to engage in conduct that, among other things, has the effect of leaving the weak feeling impotent or humiliated. And Nietzsche's careful here. He's saying it's not that the strong actually set out to humiliate or abject or oppress. It's not that the strong actually make the weak feel bad. It's that the weak attribute this to the strong. They make this attribution, and that attribution involves a very particular kind of establishment of moral accountability, the kind that we saw being worked out carefully in the development of the morally accountable subject, separating the doer from the deed. I'm moving quickly here because we've covered this, and I'm just reminding you where we've been. So we get the moral elevation of goodness now, no longer being that which describes capaciousness, strength, doing, being in some large and spectacular way. But now we get the moral elevation of goodness, more and more defined as humility, suffering, weakness, compassion, turning the other cheek, self-abnegation, which Nietzsche also takes to be the foundation, the moral foundation of the democratic value of equality. We're all the same. We're all equal in God's eyes. We're all simply persons. Okay, so that was one of the moves of the first essay. In the second essay, so in the first essay, we watch man turn against what Nietzsche calls the greatness of man. In the second essay, we watch man turn against himself as a tame animal. The will to power, the will to life is redirected, Nietzsche says, from the external world, from acting. It's redirected from the unleashing of instincts and turned around instead and aimed at the self. We watch the way in which what Nietzsche calls the life instinct, which he also refers to as the instinct for freedom, the instinct to be uncaged, to simply do. The way in which that life instinct, the instinct for freedom, Nietzsche says, is forcibly made latent. It's pushed down, it's repressed by existence in civilized society. It's repressed and suppressed by the demands of civilization. But key, Nietzsche says, is that as long as there is life in a human being, this instinct for freedom, this instinct, this will to power, must express itself somewhere. And if it's unable to express itself, to be unleashed in the world, if it's unable to express itself outwardly, it will turn against us. It will turn around. So the will to power and the punishments that it harbors, remember that long discursus into punishment, the will to power and the punishments it harbors, the pleasure it takes in wreaking its will in the world, these will be turned around and delivered against ourselves. And for Nietzsche, this helps us understand why this world, the civilized world, the settled world, the tame and so-called peaceful world, has no less cruelty in it than a world in which these instincts are unleashed. Or put another way, it's why for Nietzsche, civilization does not yield happiness. Or to make it very contemporary, why antidepressants seem to be the price of civilized, peaceful existence. Now here Nietzsche also introduces the origin of bad conscience, a self-laceration that arises from repression, the repression demanded by the social, that has no end, that can never be satisfied. And here we need to remember that for Nietzsche, it's not simply that he's not simply saying, well, we yearn to do something really wild and aggressive, to just do what we feel like, take what we feel like taking. And because we have that yearning, we preemptorily punish ourselves. We feel bad about ourselves for having that desire. That's where Freud's going to go, but that's not quite Nietzsche's thesis. What Nietzsche says is that we punish ourselves as our form of doing something. That's how the human will takes its pleasure, when it can take it no other way. When it wants to be doing that out in the world and it's restrained and made to refrain from doing that out in the world, it will turn around and do it to itself. And Nietzsche adds that the stronger the nature, the more potential there is for a kind of noble sensibility, the greater the capacity or the greater the instinct for freedom, the greater the impulse, the greater will be the self-laceration. Because You have all that desire to do and be and act in the world and wreak your will on the world. If it's all constrained and contained by religion, by law, by social mores, and so forth, all that desire will just turn around and lash yourself. And here he urges us to think about what we have in our lore as our understanding of the tormented artist, or the tormented leader, or the tormented writer, or other tormented souls whom we imagine to have so much power and so much capacity and turn out to be so miserable, often to the point of suicidality. Now, I'm not dealing with these essays comprehensively. I'm kind of just running a storyline through them. In the third essay, okay, so we have in the first essay, man turns against man. In the second essay, man turns against himself. In the third essay, Nietzsche is going to explore at length this bad conscience as it is exploited, especially by religion, but also by culture more generally. He's going to show how what he calls the ascetic ideal, the refusal of gratification, the refusal of pleasure, the ascetic ideal that pursues a certain self-deprivation and suffering. He's going to show how that ascetic ideal comes to govern as a religious and cultural value, and even a value of knowledge, even a way of knowing that we have come to embrace in Western civilization. Just a word here on ideals. It's a complex term for Nietzsche in a way, but on some level all he means is the values by which we live, that which governs us as the good. So ideals, by ideals he really means values raised to a level of kind of collective understanding of what the good is. And in talking about ideals, he reminds us that all ideals have a price. They've all overthrown something else to erect themselves. And they all require something in the human being to be pushed down or deformed, and something else to be wrought. So we're going to spend some time with the ascetic ideal today, and try to figure out why he makes so much of it. In some ways, I want to say that the third essay is, as you may have noticed, the hardest to read. Not because it's so hard to understand, but because there's something so slow and painful and ungrand about it compared to the others. It doesn't have the fireworks, the drama, the big stories of the first and the second essay, the story of slave morality or other such things. What I want to suggest here is that the rhetorical structure of the third essay, meaning the way it unfolds in this kind of slow, ungrand, kind of sinking, almost depressing way, mirrors the process that it is narrating. And the process that it's narrating is the slow, persistent choking of the human will. We're not in this third essay in a world of radical breaks and pitched battles and slaves overthrowing nobles and so forth. We're not in sudden falls into the social, high revenge festivals of cruelty. We are in the world of what Nietzsche understands to be several millennia of attempted religious expungement of all traces of the beauty and grandeur of what he calls the type man. So we are in the world now of several millennia of the erection and securing of the ascetic ideal, which for him means really the slow erasure, the finishing off of the type man. Okay, but to understand this, to get here, we first have to go back just a little bit into the second essay, where Nietzsche explains the relation of bad conscience to the rise of religion. So that's where we're going to start. The sort of origin of God in his understanding. And on some level, it's going to be a story about the origin of all religion, the story I'm about to tell, that he tells. But soon he's going to focus just on Christian the Christian religion and a Christian God. But in the beginning, it's a story about religion in general. Okay, so in section 19, in essay 2, Nietzsche turns to, I'm not reading from it yet, but I will be eventually. Nietzsche turns again to the matter of debt that he has talked about before. And you think, oh, why are we back to debt? You know, debt was confusing the first time we were in it. And then we understood it had some relationship to the production of guilt and punishment and so forth. But now he's back to it again. And here's what he tells us. I'm just going to kind of summarize the story he tells us. He says that the ritual sacrifices that all tribal peoples offer, and he's just working with, you know, sort of the anthropology of the time. The ritual sacrifices that all tribal people offer are a way of paying ancestral debt. They're a way of making tribute to the ancestors. And he suggests that the reason that this debt must be paid is that the tribe knows that its existence in the present is due to the tremendous accomplishments of its ancestors, accomplishments which also probably involve some sacrifice, some bloodletting, and so forth. And these tremendous accomplishments really produce a debt on the part of the living present people to their past. They understand. They are. It's a different kind of debt than your current ancestors are leaving you. What he's suggesting is that this is a debt that tribal people feel to their ancestors for having made possible their existence, their culture, their very existence in the present. And the tribal people do this through honors of various sorts. They also honor their ancestors or pay their debt through obedience, which is what he says custom amounts to. You adhere to the customs of the past. But above all, they try to pay this debt through sacrifice. Sacrificial offerings are, of course, a form of self-punishment. You give up something. And this means this sacrificial way of paying a debt enacts the story that he's already told. Debt unpaid has to be punished by the venting of the will of the creditor on the debtor. And that makes the debtor suffer. And in this case, those who are living in the present do this to themselves. They sacrifice something of their existence themselves, whether it's their animals or children or their food or something else, to try to pay this debt. But now he adds a new twist. In the case of ancestral debt, so long as the tribe prospers, the debt can only grow. The more powerful and prosperous the tribe becomes, the greater the power of the ancestors to have produced this, to have facilitated this. Hence, the greater the debt. And to debt, Nietzsche now adds fear. How does he do this? To the extent that the ancestors are credited with having founded this tribe that is prospering and powerful, to the extent that they're credited with the capacity to have produced this prosperous, powerful, glorious life that the tribe is now living, the ancestors not only have a huge and unpayable debt due, they also appear to have an extraordinary power. The power of the creators, the ancestors, itself begins to appear more and more enormous. So even as the tribe grows in strength and prosperity, its sense of guilt and fear increases, along with its sense of the ancestors' own power, until the ancestors finally are converted into gods in the imagination of the tribe. That's how big they get in the mind of the living. Now, at this point, Nietzsche suggests, the fear the living have toward the ancestors, now elevated to gods in their minds, the fear they have is enormous, but even more important, the guilty feeling of indebtedness can never be relieved. And for Nietzsche, the Christian God is the zenith of this process. as Nietzsche puts it, and I'm just reading one sentence on page 90, the advent of the Christian God as the maximum God attained so far was therefore accompanied by the maximum feeling of guilty indebtedness on earth. Moreover, Christianity takes the whole process Nietzsche is describing a step further, making it truly impossible for any Christian to ever escape from this mounting pile of guilt. And here's the next step. As guilt and duty are moralized, that is, as they're lifted from what Nietzsche is trying to describe, which is their psychological origins, their origins in dynamics of desire and hope and imagination and so forth, as they're moralized, as they're lifted from their psychological origins and now generalized through an intellectual feat as the true and proper orientation of man, as guilt and duty are in this way moralized, they're turned back now on both debtor and creditor. They're turned now back on both. And they take the form in Christianity of eternal punishment for the debtor, eternal punishment for the debtor, and original sin for the creditor. They're moralized so thoroughly that God himself becomes subject to their claim. What does Nietzsche mean by this? That in Christianity, God sacrifices himself, his son, not for his own guilt, but for the guilt of mankind, the sins of mankind. So God makes a payment to himself that is self-punishing, the crucifixion of his son. So God now also becomes part of the self-punishing order of things. Or, to put it as Nietzsche might, God is cast in our image of self-punishment. Because, of course, Nietzsche, like Marx, thinks all religion springs from the head of man. He doesn't think there's an actual truth to this out there, but that he's trying to understand why Christianity takes the form that it does. And why it is, as he puts it, the zenith of this development of guilt, indebtedness, and fear in the erection of religion. Okay, so the larger point here, the point we need in order to get going in the essay on asceticism, is that the origin of religion in Nietzsche's view is the man of bad conscience, the man who has forsaken deeds and action and freedom and produced and seized upon religion to drive his self-torture, self-punishment to its most gruesome pitch of severity. Guilt before God is the guilt that can never be adequately atoned for. It's increased with every action. It's heightened with every expression of freedom or instinct that one might take. Okay, so that's the background we need, and now we turn directly to asceticism. What is the ascetic ideal? What is the ascetic ideal? We're at number 2 now. Nietzsche himself tells you in the opening of the third essay that asceticism and the ascetic ideal is a promiscuous term. It doesn't just stay put. It doesn't have one meaning. It doesn't stay self-identical. It's wandered. It's meant many things within and across religion and art and science and philosophy and ethics. But what Nietzsche's going to do is gather up all of these meanings and all of these ascetic practices to show the commonality among them, the common threads between them. He's going to show you what there is in common between everyday norms and practices of asceticism defined as chastity, as fasting, and other forms of simply denying human desire for food, for sex, for pleasure. He's going to show you the commonality between that and a belief in objectivity in science, and between those two and the philosophical tradition of disparaging the body, disparaging the senses as instruments of knowledge, and instead trying to move to pure cerebral abstraction as a way of knowing. And he's going to show you the commonalities between all of those things and the religious and cultural glorification of humility, weakness, meekness, and poverty. So what's the common thing here? The common thing here, just to start with the common thing, and then we have to kind of go into the big story and come back to this, but the common thing is abnegation of the will, abstinence from the self, reproach of desire, reproach of the body, and reproach of interestedness, investment, denial of investment in things. All of these together for Nietzsche represent turning against life instincts on every level. So asceticism is, in a certain way, the natural outcome of the bad conscience and its whole economy of debt and guilt and sacrifice. Asceticism is world-denying. It's hostile to life. It's hostile to sensuality in the biggest sense of the term. It's hostile to the senses, to pleasure, in anything other than suffering, where he says we do manage to take pleasure. That is where the ascetic gets pleasure. Now, Nietzsche's genius here, whatever we end up thinking about the argument in the end, is to see the connection between an ascetic tradition in philosophy, in religion, in science, and in everyday practice. So all those examples I just mentioned of different forms of asceticism, I'm now just summing up in a few terms. He's going to tie all of these together. In his view, they're one huge symptom of what he calls our illness, the illness of modernity, the illness of man, where he believes we say no to life on every level. Now note that in asceticism, the will to power never dies. You never extinguish it. You still have a will to mastery, to power, to form giving. It will always live as long as humanity lives, as long as individuals live. But again, instead of being turned in the direction of mastering something in the world or in life, of giving form to something in the world, it will seek, the ascetic will to power will seek to master life itself, to control and deny it almost to the point of extinguishing it. This is what Nietzsche considers its extraordinary negative accomplishment, its sick accomplishment. If you look on page 117, which is section 11 of the third essay, I'm going to read from the very bottom. And I've said this before, but you know, you don't have to read with me. If you prefer to be read to, that's fine. Different people learn in different ways. And sometimes, you know, it's best to hear things out loud. Sometimes, for me at least, it's easier to see things on the page. I'm at the very bottom of page 117, section 11. For an ascetic life is a self-contradiction. Okay, self-contradiction in an ascetic life. Here rules a ressentiment without equal, that of an insatiable instinct and power will that wants to become master not over something in life, but over itself. So an instinct that wants to become master over the instinct, over its most profound, powerful, and basic conditions. Here an attempt is made to employ force to block up the wells of force. A few lines up from this passage, still on 117, he says the earth would appear from afar to be the distinctively ascetic planet. And he describes us this way. I'm about 5 lines down from the bottom, in the bottom paragraph. We appear from afar, he says, as a distinctively ascetic planet, a nook of disgruntled, arrogant, and offensive creatures filled with a profound disgust at themselves, at the earth, at all life, who inflict as much pain on themselves as they possibly can out of pleasure in inflicting pain, which is probably their only pleasure. Okay, so this is asceticism described at its extreme, although Nietzsche knows it is not always so extreme. It can simply take the form of various kinds of regimens, various kinds of voices in the head that say to you, do this, do that, take care of this, don't indulge, don't take pleasure, just, stay on task, but also all the ways in which one condemns pleasure, all the ways in which religion condemns pleasure of every variety. But Nietzsche's plagued by a question in all of this. He can see all kinds of different forms of the ascetic ideal, of this naysaying to life in different vocations and different eras. But what Nietzsche asks at this point is, why and how does asceticism persist if it's only a no-saying, a naysaying? How can this self-contradictory type persist when it seems to be trying to cancel out its very being? So that's one question. And related to this question is a second, which is, why does the ascetic priest, a type, which he thinks appears in every age and in every religion and from every race and class of society, what is this guy doing? What's the role of the ascetic priest? And why is he so ubiquitous? Why does he appear everywhere across history? He concludes that there must be, oddly, something in the interest of life itself that permits this type to exist. And then he proposes, on page 120, that the ascetic ideal, I'm just going to read this one half sentence. The ascetic ideal springs from the protective instinct of a degenerating life. The ascetic ideal springs from the protective instinct of a degenerating life. What could this mean? What does he mean when he says the ascetic ideal is perhaps an artifice for the preservation of life? Well, it turns out that the priest, the role of the priest, is to be the one who says yes to the sickly herd's no. Meaning that the priest is the one who anoints man's wound, these self-inflicted wounds, this feeling first, well, whether it's ressentiment or whether it's self-punishment or bad conscience. The priest is the one who anoints this wound with a stamp of goodness, who affirms it as good and right. The priest arises, Nietzsche says, amidst the sickliness of tamed man, and goes before him as his shepherd and consoles him, literally preventing him from the suicide that would otherwise be the natural end of all this naysaying to life. And instead what the priest does is turn this way of living into a good thing, anoints it as good, as right. The ascetic priest is, of course, in Nietzsche's view, himself sick, but he becomes the advocate of the sick men that he tends to, the one who has dominion over the suffering, who defends the suffering, the sick suffering, against the healthy, that is, the virile, the vital, and so forth, declaring all of them as sinners. The priest is the one who makes suffering into a virtue. But he does even more than simply represent the goodness of the weak and give weakness and suffering a value, a place, a project. Nietzsche adds one more thing. This is where you just have to hang on for this argument. He adds one more thing, which is that the priest also alters the direction of ressentiment. He alters the direction of ressentiment and turns it back on the suffering themselves. Let's see how this works. Remember that ressentiment involves the search for a blamable, accountable subject. Who did this to me? Who made me feel so bad? Who's made me so miserable? And what Nietzsche says is the priest turns this search in the direction of the sufferer, saying, you alone are to blame for your suffering. The chief weapon of the ascetic priest, according to Nietzsche, for this work, is to exploit the guilt and the suffering that people feel. Through the priest, the sick come to understand their suffering as a form of punishment. They come to understand their suffering, which issues from weakness, from failure to seize and live life, as a form of punishment, so that, what Nietzsche says, the invalid is now transformed into the sinner. It's a religious valence. And what is produced as a result is a group that is far more harmless, although more pathetic, of weaklings than we greeted in the first essay. Because what happens now is when our general guilt and sense of being divinely punished is combined with a distraction by what Nietzsche calls the blessings of work and doing good, love of one's neighbor, and congregation, being sheep-like. When all of this happens, our will to power is so severely turned against ourselves that we can do relatively little damage in the world. We've degraded man as a whole by this existence. But at this point, the reversal of ressentiment, the turning of the cause of our suffering back onto ourselves, making us to blame for our sickliness, for our unhappiness, and delivering to us an encomium to try to work off our guilt through good work, through doing good, through congregating together to worship God, becoming sheep-like, he says. At this point, our will to power is turned against us so severely that we just don't do much damage in the world. We just degrade humanity as a whole by our existence. But at this point, what Nietzsche is saying is our will is really choked and burned. It's so radically reduced that we are nearly extinguished as human beings. Might be refined and effete and educated. We might be laboring. We might be productive. But in the end, what we really are is emasculated and pathetic. So what he's depicting, and here's where we see some convergence with some anxieties that Tocqueville had and that Mill had. What he's depicting is a passive, laboring, docile population. What he adds to it is that it's also a self-loathing and self-blaming population. It's a population under the sway of religious guidance, and one whose only thirst for feeling really now is a thirst for punishment or pain. You can see that summed up on page 141. I'm not going to read it now. But let me just underscore that Nietzsche is not blaming religion for this outcome. Like Marx, he's reading religion in part as a symptom of our condition and as facilitating a certain docility and repression. But he's not holding religion originally accountable. Unlike Marx, though, he does recognize religion's power to render the condition he finds us in a relatively permanent one on earth, a form of what he calls life against life. And that's how he reads religion, that it's always a form, it's a life form that is against life, that says no. That religion's fundamental action is to say no to the desires, to the instincts, to our will to power, to our will to freedom, to being the type man. All right, I know that's a very dense argument. I've tried to give you the outlines of it. I hope that if you've already read Nietzsche, it helped you understand what you read. And if you are still in the process of reading, I hope that it gives you guidelines for reading. There's much more in Nietzsche than that in the argument about religion and asceticism and so forth, but I'm just trying to give you some of the broad moves that he makes. I want to turn now to truth and objectivity and that funny word, perspectivalism. At the conclusion of the story that I've just narrated in brief, Nietzsche asks a couple of kind of weird and interesting questions. First of all, he asks a predictable one. Is there a counter will to this sick life? A counter ideal to the ascetic ideal, especially Christianity and its asceticism? And he also asks, is asceticism the same today, meaning in his time, as it has been throughout history? So to the counter ideals, well, one counter ideal, and Nietzsche has this idea that even when you get, say, slave morality more or less triumphant, there'll still be eruptions of the noble alternative. Well, the same thing is true with asceticism. And one place he sees counter ideals to Christianity is in paganism, paganistic romps throughout history, which represent something of a counter. Why? Because they are a life form, a culture form, that affirm, in his view, life and desire and physicality and adventure, sensuality, drunkenness in all forms. Whenever he talks about drunkenness, whenever it's translated that way, he doesn't just literally mean alcohol. He just means a kind of intoxication with life. And he loves these paganistic romps. He affirms paganism. But he knows that counter will extinguish itself. It's never been strong enough, institutionalizable enough to contest asceticism over the long haul. That's the problem with slave morality and asceticism. They're really good at institutionalizing themselves, and those other guys, those other forms, those other life forms aren't as good at it. So then he says, well, maybe today there are two other counters to asceticism, or at least to the Christian form of asceticism. And he offers these as science and skepticism. But don't get too excited, because they're not going to stay counters. He just is exploring the idea. Both science and skepticism represent the toppling of the Christian God, a decentering of God as creator and author and sovereign ruler of the world. Both represent some kind of challenge to the moral truths that he thinks have held sway for so long in the West. But interestingly, he sees neither as a real challenge to the ascetic ideal. And that's where we come back to this idea that he's not going to limit asceticism to its religious or Christian form. He's going to see it distributed around in all kinds of human practices. So neither is really a challenge to the ascetic ideal most powerfully sustained by Christianity in the West. Why? Science, for which he offers a very lengthy and complicated critique, and it happens basically in sections 23 through 26 of Essay 3. But we won't be able to get through all of that critique. But fundamentally what he says about science is that in true ascetic fashion, it has no affirmation of itself, no belief in itself as a lovable object. Meaning it has no ideal above it. It's valueless and cold. It issues from discontent and disbelief and attachment to mechanical explanation. That doesn't mean he's entirely against it, but he's just looking for sources of counters to an ascetic ideal. He also believes that science rests on a pile of which I call them presuppositions, that it refuses to investigate. And in that respect, he believes it's religious in its own way. But most importantly, science belittles man and idealizes truth, which is exactly what ascetic philosophy has done forever. Made a towering ideal out of truth, and made man very small and failing in relationship to it. And science is occupied with the same industriousness, the same avoidance of the same what he calls self-narcosis that ascetic sheep are. And as we'll see in a moment, science also fetishizes objectivity, disinterestedness, and dispassion, about which more in a moment. But those are signs of asceticism to him. Those that stance it takes against passion, against interestedness, against subjective animation and positioning. The critique will get tougher than that. I just am trying to give you the overview. And let's go to skepticism for a moment. Skepticism for him has some similar problems as science does. Above all, it still believes in truth. This is Nietzsche's contribution to thinking about skepticism. He says religious skepticism and every other kind of skepticism exercises doubt, to be sure, but only to the extent, in Nietzsche's view, that it thinks we haven't got hold of a truth yet, a truth that it presumes might really be there. So skepticism is skeptical in relationship to a presumed truth. He doesn't think skepticism in his age calls truth with a capital T into question. It doesn't really, any more than science does, challenge the idea of there being an absolute truth, which he's about to do. To topple the ascetic ideal that governs us, Nietzsche says, truth itself must be challenged. Why? Let's start with page 153, the very end of section 24. Why do we need to topple truth, to question truth, to get at the problem of truth in order to get out from under asceticism? Page 153, the very end of section 24, is where he first introduces the issue. The top, he says, from the moment faith in the God of the aesthetic ideal is denied, so from the moment we start to doubt God, a new problem arises, that of the value of truth. This has become such a commonplace that it doesn't even seem startling when we read it in Nietzsche now. Nietzsche does introduce the problem into philosophy, this idea that as soon as we start to doubt God, as soon as God ceases to be an absolute given in the world, so also does truth itself begin to wobble. The will to truth, he adds, the will to truth, the human will to truth, which is already an interesting way to start talking about truth, but it's not just truth, but the will to truth requires a critique. Let us thus define our own task. The value of truth must for once be experimentally called into question. The value of truth. Okay, we've got a lot going on here. We know that as soon as roughly universal belief in God or givenness of God begins to wobble, as Nietzsche understands it has in the 19th century, the question of truth, what is truth, where is truth, who's got truth? If God's not holding on to it anymore, then the question is, where is it? That begins to happen, but now Nietzsche also introduces the idea that we have to now look into the will to truth in human beings and the value of truth. So what's Nietzsche getting at here with this critique of truth that is in order? One of Nietzsche's most potent and most powerful arguments about knowledge, epistemological arguments, and one of the reasons it's so hard to answer the question of what does Nietzsche base his arguments on, what's his ground of knowing, has to do with this understanding he has of truth. To get at his critique, we need to go to one of his little interruptions in the text, those moments where he's telling a story and then all of a sudden he stops and muses on large order philosophical or methodological problem. We saw him do that, for example, with democratic prejudice in history, with the nature of the subject. We saw him do it when he was musing on the relationship of the origin of a thing to its eventual purpose or uptake, other topics. Now he's going to do it with the question of truth and objectivity. So let's have a look at where he does this. Page 119, section 12. Bottom paragraph. It's going to be the heart of his attack on truth. Henceforth, my dear philosophers, it's all of you, let us be on guard against the dangerous old conceptual fiction that posited a pure, will-less, painless, timeless, knowing subject. Okay. We have to be on guard against what he's calling a fiction of a subject, a being, us, who is will-less, painless, and timeless in its knowing capacity. That is, the subject who has the capacity for knowledge, not through will, not through history, not through suffering, not through passion, but just has just a capacity to know. He wants us to give up that fiction of such a subject. He continues, let us guard against the snares of such contradictory concepts as pure reason, absolute spirituality, or knowledge in itself. We have to give these up. Why? Because, he says, these always demand that we should think of an I, and for those of you without the text, that's E-Y-E, an I, the thing that sees. We should think of an I that is completely unthinkable, an I turned in no particular direction, in which the active and interpreting forces, through which alone seeing becomes seeing something, are supposed to be lacking. Okay, what's he just said? That the idea of pure knowledge, the idea of pure science, the idea of pure knowing always demands that we should be imagining something that is just not possible. A human eye that doesn't look in any particular direction, and in an eye that just sees without interpreting what it sees. An eye, in other words, that's disconnected from the brain. An eye that has no active seeing, but is just seeing without interpreting, without seeing something. He goes on, these always demand of the eye an absurdity and a nonsense. And here comes his positive formulation of the problem. There is only a perspective seeing. It is, you only see from a particular perspective. If I'm looking this way, I can't see that way. If I'm standing on the mountain, I can't see the mountain, I see down. If I'm in one place, I'm not in another. There's only a perspective seeing, only a perspective knowing. We only know from a perspective, from somewhere we are. And the more affects we allow to speak about one thing, the more eyes, different eyes we can use to observe one thing, the more complete will our concept of this thing, our objectivity, be. So here we get an interesting twist. The more of us that are seen from different perspectives and different ways and different things, the more that's shared, indeed, the more we'll have a sense of objectivity. But of course, that's very counter to the idea of objectivity as it's achieved in social science, etc. And then he adds his conclusion, but to eliminate the will altogether, to suspend each and every affect, supposing we were capable of this, what would that mean but to castrate the intellect? Okay, what's Nietzsche doing here? He's saying, first of all, and I'm just going to review again because it's so important to getting what he's doing with truth and objectivity. He's saying, first of all, that to see or to know is always to see and to know from somewhere, from an embodied, situated existence. Why is he insisting on this? Because the I, the seeing, or the knowing, or the hearing, or the apprehending through any of the senses, it happens, the I sits in the head, and the head is part of the body. It is embodied. And the body is somewhere. It's somewhere not only on earth, it's somewhere in time and space. Hence the seer, the knower, is always embodied, always situated, in time, in place, in life. But moreover, to see or to know, to take something in, is never just to do it as if it were just there. It's to do it through this embodied being who brings to that knowing or seeing a frame, an interpretation. We never just take in the world. We take in the world through this being. So to know is immediately to interpret. There is no fact and then interpretation. The fact may be there, but we never know it that way. We always interpret as we know, as we see, as we witness, as we experience. And it's to see from within not only an experience and an embodiment, but also within an existing language. Within an existing, we call it today, discourse. Way of interpreting what we're seeing. Body of cares, order of grammar that gives meaning to what is being seen. But very strongly, Nietzsche is saying we never simply see what's there, we're always constructing it. Now you can see why Nietzsche is understood as the beginning of this, what is often called post-foundational mode of knowledge, where we never just apprehend it, we never just take it in, we're always a live creature who is historically himself produced, situated, located, geographically, the rest of it, and comes with an interpretive frame in order to see what's there, or in seeing what's there. When he says to try to extinguish the will from seeing, from knowing, suppose we were to eliminate the will altogether, wouldn't that be to castrate the intellect? He is suggesting again that seeing or knowing doesn't ever merely occur. It is an active thing. And to attempt to eliminate that, this I or this we that is doing the seeing or knowing, is the greatest assault yet on the human being. That's why he's calling objectivity and the fetish of objectivity the height of asceticism. Because it involves an attempt to eliminate ourselves completely, to become non-willing, non-live, non-interpreting subjects who apprehend the world as if they didn't have bodies, minds, histories, desires, and so forth. So the attempt to eliminate this doing active we or I is not only the greatest assault on the human being, it's an attempt to actually make knowing will-less, to eliminate the will from the human knower completely, which is for Nietzsche both an absurdity and, again, an expression of asceticism. Okay. What about truth? What happened to truth? We were also chasing truth here. Well, Nietzsche says that this act of trying to eliminate the human being from the project of knowing in the valorization of objectivity is also an act which aims to put truth outside of us, above us. It's to say truth is there, and we are, as knowers, as scholars or as students or as scientists or whatever else, we are simply its servants, and to be its servants, we have to eliminate all the faculties with which we actually see or know something, the body, the mind, the rest of it. So what's Nietzsche saying? There's a terrible denigration of the human here, but also a terrible error about truth. Truth, he's saying, is never really out there. Our self-despisal, our self-repudiation, our self-abnegation locates it out there in God, in science, in reason. But what Nietzsche is saying is truth is always a human production. We're the only animals who have it. You don't see dogs chasing it. You don't see giraffes eating it. We have it. We're plagued by it. The will to truth is one expression of the will to power. The will to know, the will to really get at the truth, is one expression of the will to power. But he thinks it's a really mangled expression of the will to power when we become merely its servants. It's less mangled for Nietzsche when we're really just out there about it, when we're affirming this will to truth, positing the truth, declaring what's true, as Nietzsche does. So that's part of why he writes the way he does. It's not just that he can't be bothered with evidence and can't be bothered with building the usual kind of logical, objective arguments and so forth. He doesn't believe in it. He thinks it's hogwash. He actually thinks that that doesn't mean that just anyone can go around asserting what is true and have a compelling argument. He does make a distinction between better and worse arguments. But he doesn't think that the truth is out there just to be discovered. It is always going to be perspectively developed and posited. We're almost done. Hang in. Now, what Nietzsche knows is that the ascetic ideal, the ideal of getting rid of the body, getting rid of the desires, getting rid of subjectivity, self-lacerating, all that, among other things, it has propped up this notion of truth as something that's outside of humans, that's just there piously or objectively in the world. God was one form of that. God had the truth for a lot of hundreds of years. Then that got a little wobbly in the 19th century. It's still here, but it's not so universal and widely adhered to. And he understands science as really just another form of religion in this regard. It involves the same kind of denigration of the human being, denigration of the senses, denigration of embodiment, denigration of the active, knowing subject. Science also won't admit its predicates, its premises. It just expunges the human being. It's just out there to be discovered. For Nietzsche, there is simply no unpremised knowing. There are no uninterpreted facts. There's no seeing, no saying that is objective or unpositioned. No seeing or saying that is outside of framing by language and by desire and by investment. All knowing comes from us, from human beings, embodied, passionate, willful, linguistic beings. So put another way, Nietzsche is saying there's no foundations for truth that are outside of itself. There's no facts that aren't already interpreted. Now again, let's be clear here. He's not saying that the world doesn't have a certain facticity. He's not saying there's no real trees out there, you're just imagining them. He's saying that what we describe as trees out there is already a description that's taking place in language through interpretation and through a particular way of seeing and describing and understanding what a tree is, what our relationship to it is, who we are as humans, and so forth. So he's saying there's no truth that stands independent of the language that asserts it, no facticity apart from the interpretations. And the moment that the ascetic ideal really begins to topple, the moment that we get rid of an absolute adherence to ascetic ideals, so also first does God's standing begin to topple, and then truth's standing. We begin to doubt, not just now that we can get to the truth, but that there is such a thing. Nietzsche understood this at the end of the 19th century, and he understood that he was, as he put it, too early. Literally 100 years later, it would become a philosophical commonplace. has become something of a philosophical commonplace. And again, this is what makes Nietzsche often understood as one of the first post-foundationalists. Sometimes he's called the father of postmodern or post-structuralist thought. But more importantly, we don't need those categories. He is the theorist who offers us a a strong argument that there are no foundations, ultimate foundations for knowledge. There are, again, only better and worse accounts of the world, more or less insightful, more or less honest, more or less incisive. So these will be the kinds of measures that he'll bring to knowledge. It's not that he thinks all knowledge is the same. He brings some pretty strong measures to what counts for him as good knowledge and what counts for him as less good knowledge. Okay, where are we? I was going to spend a little time on what to do with Nietzsche, but let me just say like 3 minutes about Nietzsche, because he's a hard thinker in so many respects. And, it's hard to grasp his critiques. It's hard to reconcile his seeming contradictions. And above all, he's hard to live with. And what I mean is this. If you just throw him off, if you just say, good heavens, this guy is frightening and crazy. And besides, I learned really early on that he probably was psychotic, so why should I listen to him? But if you just throw him off, if you just refuse him and reject everything, in a way, you'll also find yourself feeling like, well, you've kind of played into his hands. You've become one of the sheep that he condemns. You're in that trap a little bit. But if you embrace him, it seems like you've embraced some, among other things, kind of monstrous things in our current table of values. So I want to suggest a couple of alternatives to just rejecting him wholly or taking him as truth. One of these is just trying to figure out how to live with some ideas as provocations, as challenges, without necessarily allowing those ideas to become some new systematic moral code or new order of truth. And that's a way of engaging Nietzsche, sort of letting him provoke your thinking, challenge it, push it around a little. It's a way of engaging that Nietzsche himself probably would have approved, given his critique of truth. Just let him disrupt and unsettle some of your settled convictions a little bit. Let him nose around in what he calls our democratic prejudices, religious beliefs, moral convictions. And that's not the same thing as just allowing his thought to replace what you thought before. Second thing, of course, is to think about some ways of engaging in critiques of Nietzsche. And there are many, many possible inroads to these critiques. Let me just offer a couple. Let's start with the values that Nietzsche does really affirm, as opposed to those that he decries, those life forces. Sometimes reading Nietzsche, you can read what we might call a kind of anxious German nationalist, aristocratic, hyper-masculinist ethos in these life values. That is, all this praise for the noble and strong natures issuing from his reading, but it sort of suggests Nietzsche's own anxiety about the diminution of man, and here I really do mean man in the late 19th century. There's a quality of reading Nietzsche sometimes where you feel like he's one of those guys really kind of anxious about his own masculinity who's screaming for blood at a boxing match. And sometimes you want to say, okay, there might be something else to life than just the boxing match. So I'm not suggesting we dismiss Nietzsche for what he affirms any more than we dismissed Mill for his own ambivalence about the hyper-rationalist upbringing he had. But all I'm saying is that the values that Nietzsche praises can be subjected to some close scrutiny and criticism. And here I would also note that Nietzsche's strong attack on women and on feminism, you get a little of it here, but it's really spread much more through his writings. It's an attack that's kind of often just seems like it's misogynistic, but it has a little more to it than that. Feminism was big in his time, and he thought that it would further emasculate an already emasculated culture. He thought, indeed, it was a sign of this emasculated age that he was in, that women could even imagine their equality, and that men might tolerate the possibility. So we just have that to consider in thinking about the values that he affirms. And let me say lastly, that another way to sort of make some inroads on a critique of Nietzsche would be to think about some things he doesn't consider in his table of values. Let's think about his paeans to aggression and mastery and blood and all of that. Nietzsche doesn't very much explore the potential for artistry with what he calls the human instincts. That is, how the desire to carve one's will in the world or on another could be crafted as creativity or beauty or love. He has things to say about that, but for him such crafting was always already deformation of these mighty instincts. So what I'm suggesting is that sometimes his picture of our aggressive life instincts is a little bit blunt and boorish, and we might think through Nietzsche about the magnificent athlete or artist or researcher or activist or teacher as a form of that desire for mastery, that desire to give form to matter, that isn't just a lower form of life. Finally, I want to say Nietzsche believed in culture over politics. And what I mean is he loves and believes in culture, culture of the rich sort. He believes that it really is the antipathy, and by culture I mean really high culture, the expressions, human expressions in art and music and so forth. He believes it's the antipathy to the suppression of the human instincts to an absolute degree. And politics he viewed as much more suppressive. He saw it as always taming men by parties, by laws, by institutions, by bureaucracies, by rules, by petty maneuvering. And he saw the Europe of his time as that kind of political order. And of course what we've seen is that some of the other theorists we've dealt with understood politics as a domain where the will to power, including the will to power of the collective, might be a venue for our human instincts, our human magnificence. And we saw this in Tocqueville, we saw this in Marx, and we'll see a little more of it in Weber. Okay, let me stop there. Take your questions about Nietzsche, any questions at all. We have about 7 or 8 minutes. Just can't wait to be done with it. No Nietzsche questions at all? Yeah.
I wanted to ask about his denial of truth, but his belief in nature and his belief in forgetfulness and will to power. That somewhat seems like a
Contradiction.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me reframe it and see if this is what you're asking. How can Nietzsche assert values like the will to power, or assert things about us like the will to power, or affirm that we are creatures who have instincts in which we want to carve our will in the world? How can he assert that and then at the same time offer a critique of truth? Okay, so one thing that I was trying to make clear is that the critique of truth that Nietzsche is offering is the critique of truth understood as something that is absolute, objective, and given in the world. And that means that whenever Nietzsche asserts something, we understand that he takes this to be true, but he knows that it does not have the standing of objectivity and proof. He doesn't mean it's merely an assertion. It's come out of his studies. It's come out of his thinking. It's come out of that secret garden, that world that he began to fashion for himself. It's come out of something very serious. But it's also come out of, he's now told us as much, his own will to truth, his own desire for knowing what is true about the world, but also for asserting what is true about the world, for making this true. So what we have in Nietzsche's affirmations, when he says such and such is the case, is something that he knows comes from a particular place, particular standing, particular investments, particular passions, also study, rumination, thought. He's not throwing out those things, but he's demoting truth with a capital T to truth with a small t, in which it's no longer something that you could say, simply is. He's saying it is. He's trying to compel you to understand how it must be so, what kind of animals we must be, by thinking about what we've done to ourselves and what's happened to us and what we live with and how we've negated life and how we've made ourselves so miserable and repressed and contained and self-lacerating. He's trying to show you all the reasons this must be so, but it doesn't finally have that standing of being absolutely and objectively and scientifically true. And he has not tried to take himself out of the picture. He's in that picture. And in that sense, he thinks it's an honest truth. And he thinks science is a dishonest will to truth. Anybody else? Okay, so on